Hello. Crowd certainly seems like they're Patty fans. They're definitely a pro Patty audience here, which is crazy. This is like Chandler's second home. But we used to see that with Conor McGregor too. He used to fight Americans in America, and they would get booed. Patty Pimblett currently getting his Vaseline. Who you guys got? Patty or Chandler? We got Pimblett in the cage right now dancing. Fatty the Batty is no more, he says. Crowd is 100% on Patty Pimblett's side right now, which sucks for Chandler considering he trains like 20 minutes away. 40 minutes away. All right, they're cheering for Chandler a little bit. Who you guys got? Chandler or Pimblett? Let me know in the chat. I'll see you at the top. It's a 5-round fight. I think this fight might have a stoppage in it. 60-40 Chandler. I think Patty's got him. I think Chandler's getting up there in age. I think he lost a lot in that time he waited for Conor. One thing in the pre-fight that I guess I could say rubbed me the wrong way a little bit was Chandler saying, like, I'm giving him a chance at my spot, at my ranking. It's like, bro, you sat out for 2 years, like, holding on to that ranking. Like, what are you talking about? Had he not sat out for 2 years and then came back and lost, he wouldn't be fighting Paddy Pimblett. This is their rewarding Pimblett and punishing Chandler, if anything. He's lost 4 of his last 5. What the fuck is his UFC record? Is Chandler 1-4 in the UFC? Oof. Oh, he's 2-4 in the UFC. I don't know. It's 5 rounds, so both guys can finish. I could see it going 5 rounds, but I don't think it does. I'm rooting for the parlay, though, I must say. Come on, bro. Don't start. I see you doing your stance. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get out then if you're going to be barking at me. Go. Trying to watch Patty the Batty. Go. 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 My dog has the zoomies. Go. Get out. Go. Go. That's it. That's it. Go. Get out. Let's go. You sit down and you watch Patty the Batty. Yeah, I had to hop off and then hop back on. For some reason, the whole chat disappeared. Sorry, Zach. Unfortunately, I can't show it. They will ban me, and I will lose my TikTok. I mean, so far. Oh, come on. Hold on, I'll be back. It just says I got a violation copyright. What the fuck? See what happens? Couple good low kicks from Patty early. Nice little short right hand just landed for Patty. I mean, Patty looks like he's got him timed right now on the feet. Ooh, good uppercut by Patty. Chandler's just swinging wild overhands. Up. Patty missed with a leg kick. Chandler takes him down. Matt stands back up, gets Matt returned. They just had me again, Flick. They sent me a message saying that my, what? It was fake. Hold on. What is this thing doing now? Hello. Hello. Is my mic working right now? My mic's out. Oh, that was a jerk off's account. It was probably that guy Tony from before. Oh, Chandler's going to the wrestling. Is my mic working? That's the question right now. It's showing that it's not working. Flick, can you hear me? Oh, wow. So I just got fucking... I just got? Oh, Patty just jumped a triangle. That was dangerous. I thought he was going to get knocked out right there. That's so fucked up that people do that shit. It said, end my live stream. I'd never seen that message before, but I get shit like that all the time. So I was like, oh, fuck. I am also at my last check. Like, I'm banned at this point if I get another one. But yeah, Chandler went to the wrestling there because he was struggling with Patty a little bit on the feet. Oh, good right hand just landed for Chandler. And Patty ate it. Good jab by Patty. Oh, they rainbow wheeled me. Oh, I thought it got me because the sound. They'll get you for the sound. I know they do it on YouTube. They'll copyright you for the sound. I mean, Patty's doing good so far against Chandler. Even with his chin in the air, his looping punches. Nice left hook just landed for Chandler. I think Chandler, though, is a little bit like, how the fuck's this guy keep eating it every time I hit him? Ooh, a little jump kick just landed. Oh, shit. Patty landed a couple little strikes right there. Chandler already looking at the clock. I think Patty surprised Chandler with that first round. I think Chandler thought this was going to be a lot easier than this. Do you know what my favorite Michael Chandler moment is? Is when he got calf kicked, hurt his foot, and then he got up and started waving to the fans, and the guy took away the stool, and then he went to sit back down and he fell. That's my favorite Michael Chandler moment. I've met Chandler a few times. Round one, I think it was Patty's first round. He landed a lot of good low kicks, landed some punches. Chandler did get a takedown, a couple mat returns. Every shot that Patty landed got a bigger reaction from Chandler. When Chandler hit Patty, Patty walked right through them. And I think that kind of had Chandler like, what the fuck? It was competitive. But I feel like Patty won the beginning, Chandler won the middle, and then Patty won the end. So I'm going to go Patty. Let's see what they say when they start putting the tweets up. Oh, nice little left hook landed for Patty. Nice little right hand just landed for Patty. Couple good jabs from Patty. Like Chandler right now is just going, all he's got in his bag is that home run, and it's not landing for him. You got 50 on who? Patty? Chandler's left leg is a little red, like he's been getting tuned up with the calf kick. Yeah, people are tweeting 10-9 Patty. Henry Cejudo thinks it was 10-9 Chandler, but he's biased. 10-9 Patty. Another good low kick for Patty. Ooh, a little step-in left hook lands for Patty. He's definitely keeping Chandler at bay. Oh, there's a low kick landed by Chandler. So we talk about this anytime I'm live. Immediate point deduction for low blows. Eye pokes, low blows, fence grabs, immediate point deduction. No warnings, no bullshit, just point deduction. It was unintentional. I get it. Point deduction. Oh, Patty don't need no 5 minutes. He's ready to go. Little glove touch him on. So Patty only took like 30 seconds. But you're compromised. Like Patty's definitely compromised after a low blow. Oh, little uppercut left hook just landed for Patty. Takedown attempt by Chandler. Takes him down. Patty pops back up. Chandler mat returns him. That's one of Chandler's best things is the mat return. He's very good at returning people to the mat when he's in on their hips. But Patty's popping back up, landing some short elbows. And there'll be another mat return by Chandler. Throws a hook in. But that's where he just fell over the top. Now Patty's on top of him. Open guard, and Chandler is not good off his back. This is great for Patty, terrible for Chandler. Luckily, Chandler's up against the cage, blocking the side that Patty would need to hop over to finish this head and arm triangle that he's attempting. But he's getting controlled right now. Inside control. Minute and 35 left. Knee on belly now for Patty. And if you guys have ever grappled, that's a tough spot to be in. You're not getting too much wind in when someone's trying to choke you and putting their knee on your stomach. It's taxing. Chandler gets his half guard back. Patty pops up, lands a couple elbows. Oh, Patty's got Chandler's back right now. Oh, good elbows now from Patty on the top. Chandler's blocking him, but he's mounted right now. Patty postured up, raining down punches. Chandler gives his back again. Yeah, people have said before, Chandler's a dirty fighter. Dustin Poirier, the most prominent example, and I've seen other people say it. I know I always think of the Oliveira fight when there was like 10, if not more, punches to the back of the head. And then after the fight, I remember I saw him say somewhere that he thought they were clean. I was like, bro. Ooh, good ground and pound from Patty right now. He has Chandler's back, but he landed some good elbows and punches to end the round. I think right now Chandler is deflating because I think he thought this fight would be so much easier than it is. It's funny. Henry Hoof, shout out to Henry Hoof, is basically in the corner saying, like, you're not doing anything we worked on. You're not doing anything that we worked on. Significant strikes right now. It's 53-9 for Patty Pimblett. That's Chandler, though. Chandler looks so good in the gym. Can come in with a game plan. The second the fight starts, he puts rocks in it. Takes out his brain, puts rocks in his head, and goes out there to fight. Round 3. I got Patty up 2-0. Could be 1-1, but I think it's 2-0. Ooh, ooh, little jump knee just landed for Patty. He just cut Chandler open, then he landed a little left hook. Chandler's hurt right now. Oh, Chandler just landed a Superman punch, but Chandler's got a big cut on his cheek now from that knee. Uppercut, left hook just landed for Patty. I mean, Chandler's good. He's back, but he got rocked right there. Oh, Patty just single leg Chandler. Now Patty just mat returned Chandler and took Chandler down. Threw in a hook immediately. Right in front of Chandler's corner, too. Huge knee. Chandler's going to have a scar for life now under his eye from Patty Pimblett. Oh, they just rainbow wheeled me. Come on. Oh my God, what are we doing, ESPN Plus? Oh my God. They got me fucked up. I mean, this happened earlier, and that fight was over when it came back. So I imagine that's what I'm going to get right now. What the fuck? Did anyone else's ESPN Plus just crash? Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy. Watch out, Joe. What the fuck? Well, they got me. They got me. Let's see. And I gotta piss. What the fuck? This is like every event now. Oh, Patty won. How the fuck did that just happen? That's bullshit. Fuck you, ESPN, man. That's such bullshit. He just destroyed Chandler. He TKO'd Michael Chandler in the third round. Chandler, put your gloves down, bro. Put your gloves down, bro. The Conor fight's never happening, and it's only going to get worse from here. Put your gloves down, Chandler. He completely outclassed Chandler. But we've seen from Chandler, he's a show pony. He's good, but he's not good. Definitely with every fight, Patty has looked better and better. I always see that one take, and the way he just screamed into the microphone, it makes me think so much. He must be the long-lost son of Owen Hart. He looks so much like Owen Hart. Oh, man, he just called out Gaethje, Arman, Charles, and Dustin Poirier. That shit was crazy, Jay Slice. I mean, I figured he was going to win. You know, simple as Chandler, they said he's fucking 1-4 in his last 5 fights. I think people sleep on Patty because he's goofy. But he just assaulted Michael Chandler. Taco Bell, Patty Pimblett is now in the top 5. And I'm just look at his performances. He's showing huge improvements every fight. That one was for Ripley. Oh yeah, I like Ripley. Nah, Ripley's there for Volkanovski. She's Australian. The Coors Lights. They got you? Imagine if we get Paddy Pimblett versus Ilya. Paddy Pimblett just TKO'd Bisping Chandler in the third round. Very dominant performance, I felt. Bro, the Coors Lights will do it to you. Man, he called out the top 4. Yeah, they put her on camera earlier. I'm going with Volk. I think Volk takes it. But yeah, Chandler just got mauled. I felt like a couple months ago or a year ago, everyone thought that Ilya would straight kill Paddy. Now it looks like they're a little bit closer than we thought they were. I still think Ilya wins, but I think the days of sleep... Again, though, Chandler's not that guy. Chandler is not that guy. Oh, Colby's got a nice chick on his arm. I feel like even Dan Hooker today in Chandler goes a little bit differently than the first time. Ted Cruz. Trump, 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 Trump. Jerry. Paddy's definitely dangerous. But tonight showed, though, Chandler just... He still had the chin in the air. Main event's coming up. He just couldn't hit him. Paddy was just doing a good job of keeping range, landing low kicks early. And I think you saw, after the first round, Chandler's whole face changed. And he was like, this is harder than I thought it was going to be. Let me see what I got, though. Jay Slice, I'll have a drink with you. Yeah, they got beef. Main event's next. But remember, Paddy and Ilya showed respect to each other last time they saw each other. Sorry, Rom. They'll ban me. Remember Jay Slice? Patty hit Ilya in the head with hand sanitizer. Jay Slice. I don't drink no more. Not that I ever had a problem. I just have no friends where I live. I'm like a social drinker. You know, if I was on Long Island or in Florida, but I'm in upstate, so. But little beer action. Cheers, Jay Slice. I don't know if you got any Coors Lights left, but I was gonna repost the video. I gotta find the video. If Volk wins, I'll repost it. But I have video of me doing a shoey for Volk. Oh man, I got Volk. No Lopes. Hopefully Volk. I like Volk. Volk's a nice guy. I'm sure Lopes is a nice guy too, but. What's up, Diego? I'm sipping on Bush. I have some Budweisers as well. Not a big not a big drinker anymore, but in honor of the main event. And Jay Slice tips you off the Coors. If Volk wins by TKO, maybe I'll do a shoey. Like I did 2 shoeys for Volk, but the one of them was out of a glass boot, and then I had to do another one out of an actual shoe. I thought Patty was going to win. I feel like Chandler just isn't that guy. You know, now we see it. What is he, 2-5 in the UFC? He just wasn't built. He got here too late, and he was always, what made him so effective were his outlying capabilities, his athleticism, his toughness, his durability, all those things you lose as you get older. His skills, or even not, his skills are there in the gym. His fight IQ has always been low. He showed it tonight. And I feel like you saw, as soon as that fight started not going his way early on, he was like, I thought this would be easier. You know, and again, I think a lot of people take Patty's skills off that Jared Gordon fight. Jared Gordon's a lot better than people think he is, and a lot better than he gets credit for. He's had a few bad nights. He also has some bad luck. Yeah, I'm going with Volk. I think there's going to be a lot of shoeys in Australia tonight. And my reasoning for that would be that third round versus Dan Ige, where Lopes was getting fucking worked. We're going Alex Volkanovski tonight. Za. And then I've told this story before, too. I've interviewed Volk a few times, and then when I met him, he was super cool. I met him at UFC 282. And he was like, oh, you're a big fucker. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this guy. You know, I'm like, you can't tell when you see him fucking on a screen, but I'm like 6'2". Volk's like whatever he is, 5'7". But when he saw him, he was like, look at this fucking guy. He's a big fucker. So I also used to interview off him, and he was friends with my old podcast co-host, was Frank Hickman, the owner, one of the owners, the Hickman brothers of Bangtown Muay Thai. So I saw him. I was talking to him, And I kept asking at the media day, I kept asking every fighter that worked with them, I was like, who's your favorite Hickman brother? Frank or George? And I asked Dan Hooker the question, and he started laughing. And then when Dan Hooker left, all the Australians like kind of surrounded me, like, who is this fucking guy asking about the Hickman brothers? I mean, Lopes is good though. He wouldn't surprise me if he won. Again, the over 35 rule applies to this fight. Volk would be the outlier here. If Volk can win this fight, he'll join, I think, just Whaley and Woodley, and I don't know who else. Who's the other one? Over 35 to win a title fight. Under 205. You don't win title fights when you get old. And I think maybe 85. The odds, I think Volk is a slight favorite. Let me see. Yeah, Volk is a slight favorite. Minus 155, minus 130. I do enjoy cooking with Volk, I must say. When Volkanovski does his cooking videos. And then my favorite, I like the, you ever see all those videos that he puts out? He's pretty funny, Volkanovski. Like he has one where he's like working construction. And he's like, do what I say or I'll sort you out. He's like, I used to be in the UFC. I used to be UFC champion. The guy's like, yeah, right. No, I was, man. And then he starts telling the story about how he how he fought, what's his name? Islam. Yeah, I love Volk. You got to root for Volk. I was excited for the last one. I would have loved to have actually seen the finish, but my ESPN is always fucking up. Those motherfuckers. Fuck you, ESPN. I hope they go to Netflix. I think he's slowly built one of the best walkouts. Volkanovski. Volk's last fight, he got knocked out by Ilya. You know, he's got an arena of Americans in Miami singing Land Down Under right now. Took me in and made me breakfast. What the fuck is Threads? Oh, and then that when he started singing to Lopes, making fun of his hair. I think he's took a good amount of time off. Hopefully the chin's healed, the durability's ready. But yeah, I think he picks Lopes apart with the low kick. But again, when he fought Ilya, I did not like the way he looked. His hands were down too much. Never seen Volk fight with his hands down like that. Yeah, I think he's going to beat Diego up right here. Just don't get old on us here, Volk. That's the only way he loses this fight, is if he's old. Oh, there's some hot bitches in the crowd dancing. I'm not mad at those chicks. Shout out to the homie Craig Jones, too. Love that guy. That guy is fucking funny. He was dead serious about trying to fight. What the fuck is that bitch's name? Oh man, who's that big bitch? The disgusting big bitch. Gabby Garcia. And he was like, "I'm gonna fight Gabby Garcia, then I'm gonna make her do a. The winner get if I beat her, she has to make a porno with me." And he was dead serious. And then you ever see that time when they had a face off and he kissed her and she like fucking lost it and was like, "You don't do that. You don't do that. You kiss me." But yeah, we're rocking with Australia for this one. If you're rocking with the Mexican, I ain't mad at you. All right, Bruce Buffer's about to get to work. Let me know who you guys think's gonna win this fight. You got Volkanovski or you got Lopes? Is it at decision or starting? I don't know what you mean by that. Fight didn't start yet. I think Volk's gonna win though. We shall see. Bruce Buffer's earning his money right now. Oh, Mark Goddard. The fuck out of here, Mark. I hate Mark Goddard. Have a good one, brother. Mark Goddard's just an inconsistent ref. Main events, he stops prematurely. Prelims, he lets go too long. Herb Dean, same thing. I know reffing's not the easiest job, but just inconsistent refs. I at least like Herb Dean, that Herb Dean stays out of it as best he can. Mark Goddard just puts himself in the fights too much. I think Volk getting knocked out round two. Oof. I hope not. We do know Lopez is going to be swinging. But yeah, Mark Goddard is just inconsistent. He gets too involved in fights. Herb Dean again too can be inconsistent, but he at least he gives the warning like, don't get me involved in this fight. Where Mark Goddard will kind of try to make himself the star a little bit, I feel. And just like I said, the prelims, he'll let you kill each other on the prelims. The main event, the two way more established guys, he'll stop those fights a little bit prematurely. And he's done it a bunch of times. What's my prediction? Pain. Volkanovski. I got Volkanovski by probably decision. I'd have to think he's going to be a little bit gun shy, getting knocked out twice. So he's going to fight this fight strategically, but we'll see what Lopez gives him. Then leave, Tyler. You're a boring person. That's what the problem is. It's you. Oh, here we go. Now we had Tony before. Now we got Tyler. My name's Tyler. I'm bored, man. I'm bored. I'm Tyler. My name's Tyler. I get no bitches and I'm bored. I have Volk under 98 significant strikes. Round one. Fight. I don't know. Volk looks warmed up. He's been at the top for a minute. I'm sure he knows how to get warm. Glove touch and we're on. And as John Anik just pointed out, officially Ilya's no longer the champion. Tyler, do you know what level of loser you have to be to go into TikTok lives and try to be a troll? You are one of the biggest losers. You are like this up here level of loser. Like the definition of a loser is a guy named Tyler. Do us a favor, fall asleep. You are a loser named Tyler who trolls in TikTok lives. I'm going to need the leg kick from Volk. That's what I think Volk needs to do good in this fight. I don't think I'm all that, Tyler. I'm just not a loser like you who goes into other people's lives and tries to troll. You're a sad human being with a shitty existence. And as they say, I will pray for you. You're like next level loser who comes into a TikTok live to try to troll. Oh, nice uppercut just landed for Lopes. Like, arguably, that has to be the biggest clown or goofball in the world, is a person who goes on social media to troll. Like, your life sucks that much that this is what you do. This is what you do with your free time. That is terrible. Both guys trade low kicks. Lopes is looking very seasoned right now, though. Like he's locked in. He keeps trying to sneak this uppercut in. All you do is assume people fights. Oh, so you're stupid too. That's terrible. I feel bad for you. That sucks. Poor Tyler. Oh, nice right hand just landed for Volk. But whenever Volk gets close to him, Lopes is trying to sneak in this uppercut. He's landed it once, but it didn't hurt Volk, but it's there. No low kicks yet from Volk. Guys, you guys want to be my friend and let's all agree that this is super boring? It's me, Tyler. Oh, Volk rock Lopes. Guys, it's me, Tyler. I'm bored. You guys agree, right? I'm a loser and I'm here to troll. You guys agree, right? Aw, come on, Tyler. Just leave. Now you got me harassed. They're saying that I'm bullying you. That's how much of a loser you are, that they're saying that I'm bullying you. Come on, Tyler. Let's see. There we go. Oh, it's me, Tyler. It's me, Tyler. I'm getting bullied. Oh, there's a body lock by Volk, and he gets the takedown. Ooh, good knee. Volk just landed a nice knee as Lopes was standing up. Lopes is still dangerous, though, even though Volk is having success right now. Lopez is back on his feet. Volk tries to change levels. Lopez stuffs it. Volk looking for a body lock takedown. Lopez defends it. Oh, good punch just landed for Volk. It's me, Tyler. I can't, Tad or Max. Don't be Tyler's. I'm not trying to get blocked for a couple of goobers. Good first round for Volk. I'm not getting booted off TikTok for you, Max. Sorry. Go pay money to watch it. If you wanted to watch the fight that bad, you would have paid money for it. No. No, Sam. I'll get banned, Swaggy P, so that's a stupid statement. Well, then you shouldn't watch it. I'm rooting for Volkanovski. Nice left hook, rocked him there. Couple good left hands from Volk. Volk's looking good so far in that first round, but can't get comfortable. Lopez is still dangerous. Round 2. Oh, my name's Tyler. It's me, guys. Tyler. Agree with me. I'm Tyler. I have no friends and my mom thinks I'm a loser. I'm Tyler. I come on TikTok lives to be a troll. I'm Tyler. You put 10,000 on a 4th round knockout? Lay down, Joe. Come on. Come here, yo. Ugh. Yeah, he said just kidding. But yeah, Volk looks a lot better tonight. But big thing I'm seeing is keeping his hands up. Again, you go back and watch that Ilya fight. I don't know what he was doing with his defense. Just wasn't there. He was leaning back too much and striking with his hands down. Live odds minus 520 now for Volk, plus 350 for Lopez. It started out, it was almost even. Slight favorite for Volk. I don't think Lopez landed really anything yet. Couple jabs right there for him. He landed one glancing uppercut in the first round. Oh, good right hand, left hook. Landed for Volk. He just rocked Lopez. But Volk should have stayed on the feet. Shot for a takedown. He gets sprawled on. Volk pressing Lopez up against the cage. Lopez circles off. That reminded me of like Gastelum versus Izzy, though. He rocked him and then shot a takedown. Maybe his plan was to start clubbing him and try to get the finish on the ground, but Lopez just landed a little glance on our hand, but it looks like he landed something because yeah, Volk's bleeding on his right eye. I don't know if that was from a punch or a headbutt, a clash of heads. Volk is winning. Oh. Little left hook just landed for Lopez. And Lopez is waving Volk on. I'm wondering if when he rocked Lopez might have landed something in that exchange too. And that might have cut Volk. Maybe that's why he shot a takedown. Oh, Lopez just dropped Volk with a right hand. Just flashed him real quick. I need to know where this cut came from, though, on Volkanovski's eye. And Volk just went back to the corner saying, "What was that?" He didn't even know that he got knocked down by a right hand, so he's got flashed. Close second round with that end knockdown, but you got to lean towards Volk, but Volk definitely got hurt there at the end. Lopez is definitely going to come out with some confidence now. He knows he can hurt Volk. Yep. Nice 1-2. Just drop Volk. And he's doing that. His hands were down. He's just moving with his head. Pulling back with his hands down. Yeah, it's probably 2-0. Nah, he knocked Volk down, but Volk got up. Volk probably still won the round. Probably 2-0 Volkanovski right now. But Lopez is in the fight. He's still dangerous. They didn't pinpoint what he landed that cut Volk's eye, but Volk had a cut under his eye, and then after that, he got dropped with a right hand. Lopez gonna reel it in. He's a dog. I mean, I don't know about that. He could still win, but I don't know about, I think Dan Ige is a dog. Dan Ige was mauling him in the third round. Mauling him. Ooh, there's a right hand landed for Volk. Both guys trading low kicks. Because TikTok's going to ban me if I show the fights. worried about that uppercut that Lopes keeps showing. Oh, there it is. He just landed it. Left hook landed for Volk, but returned uppercut from Lopes. Up. Good right hand just landed for Volk. Lopes is stalking him now. Oh, nice right hand just landed for Volk. Good jab by Lopes. Just wobbled Volk back a little bit. Yes, I think that this fight might be going to a decision. Volk's winning at the moment, but it's competitive. Lopes is having some moments now. He lost, clearly was losing like the first 8 minutes of the fight, but then he landed a couple shots late in the second. He's doing better here in the third, but Volk's winning the third. Lopes dropped Volk at the end of the second. Oh, Lopes doing a good job of defending the takedowns. Every time Volk changes levels and gets in, he throws that underhook, jacks him right up. Good right hand for Volk. Volk keeps landing a good counter right hand. I don't know how accurate it is. It's the UFC website, but they always revise it. Ooh, spinning back kick. Just like skimmed the top of Volkanovski's head, barely missed. Ooh, another good right hand landed for Volk. Lopes eats these right hands though. He rocked him with a left. Volk rocked Lopes with a left hook earlier, but these right hands that he keeps landing seem like they're pretty flush, and Lopes eats them. End of round 3. I think it's 3-0 Volk. We're about to start round 4. Do you think they're higher at what it shows? Oof. No, that could be accurate. What do they got? 78-36. Round 4 is about to start. Sit down, Joe. Sit down. I think Volk's clearly winning the fight so far. Lopes had that moment. Another good right hand lands for Volk. Lopes had a moment at the end of the second round where he dropped Volk, but Volk recovered, won the third round. And now here we are in round 4. I'm seeing 3-0 Volk, 2-1 Volk, 3-0 Volk. 3-0 Volk. Big difference I'm seeing with Volk is his hands are up. That's like if you watch that Ilya fight, his hands were not up at all. Chumby, I don't know if I have a favorite fighter. I have a lot of favorite fighters to watch. It's a long list. I could put Volk on the list. I like watching Volk. I like watching Ilya. I like John Jones. Was a big Robbie Lawler fan. I like Max Holloway. I like Justin Gaethje. Poirier is always an entertaining fight. I like Islam. Ooh, nice little leaping left hook just landed for Lopes. I think everyone can agree Connor fights are always entertaining and feel a little different than a regular fight, even though we're probably never going to see him again. Oh, good uppercut just landed for Lopes. He rocked Volk. Volk's rocked right now. Lopes rocked him with that uppercut. Hit him right in the eye with an uppercut. Volk's on his skates right now, running. He's trying to stay alive. 2 minutes left, too. Volk is hurt right now. He's just backpedaling, trying to circle out. Good right hand just landed for Volk. He just got hit with a counter left hook. Oh, yeah, something happened to Volk right here. Minute 30 left. That uppercut looks like it hit him right in the eye. The optics of that, too, are always tough that early in the round, so Lopes might have a chance to steal this fourth round. Volk was winning it clean until that uppercut. Good jab by Volk. Looks like he's got himself together now. Good jab by Volk. Good right hand just landed for Volk. Lopes ate it, though. I think Volk put himself together to keep this round. Oh, good left hook just landed for Lopes. Probably Volk's round, but what do we got here? What happened here? It wasn't that jab. Show the uppercut. Oh, that's what it was. The uppercut. Right on the chin. He landed a clean uppercut that had Volk rocked. Fifth round coming up. Probably 4-0 Volk, but there were some interesting moments. Lopes landed a clean uppercut right on his cheek. Like, didn't even hit him in the eye, hit him on the cheek, so he must have, like, wobbled his brain that his eyesight was fucked. Round 5. Lopes got to go for broke here. Oh, yeah, isn't that the case? Isn't he like a Brazilian Mexican? Like he's from Brazil, but now he lives in Mexico? Here I am calling him a Mexican. Corner wants Volk to wrestle. I feel like he hasn't had any success in the wrestling so far this fight. I don't think it's 2-2 Joe Rogan. At worst, I think it's 3-1 Volkanovski. If we're judging the most significant, if we're judging the one big shot of those 2 rounds, yeah, Lopes landed the bigger one punch in the second round and the fourth round. Oh, both guys swinging and missing. Little glancing elbow didn't look like it land. Looked like another uppercut skimmed for Lopes. He's got to watch out for that uppercut. Time, 3:20 left. Round 5. Good low kick from Diego. Ooh, good right hand from Volk. Lopes, though, some chin in this fight. Good little right hand just landed for Lopes. He looked like he hurt Volk. Volk shoots in. Lopes immediately sprawls. Lopes complained about an eye poke. I didn't see no eye poke. Yeah, that was a punch. I think Volk's winning this 5th round, but it's up for grabs right now. Nice little left hook just landed for Volk. Switches stance, lands a straight left hand. Lands a good right hand. Couple good punches there landed by Volk, but Lopes walking right through him. Stalking Volk. 150 left. So even that, they just said, if Volk wins, he'll be the first fighter under 155 to ever win a title fight. Which is crazy. You know, if you go up to 170, I think the 2 other ones in that are Woodley, twice. Couple good jabs for Volkanovski. Lopes stalking him, waving him on. Nice right hand lands for Volk. Lopes waving him on, saying, challenging him to a machismo contest. He's charging Volk with his hands down, waving him on. $30 left. Lopes like screaming at Volk. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Volk goes for a trip. Lopes defends it. 20 seconds left. Big right hand for Volk. Good fight. I think Volk won that fight, though, clean. Lopes had a few moments. Dropped him with a straight right at the end of the second round. Caught him with a good uppercut in that fourth round. I don't know what Joe Rogan's talking about. Yeah, Joe Rogan, Mike Ford. Joe Rogan's saying it was like a close fight. The stats say completely otherwise, that it was not a close fight at all. Motivation Guru, it is over. Waiting for the judges to announce Volkanovski as the winner. Unless the judges are racist against Australians. Some chin by Lopes. He took a lot of big shots in this fight. Volkanovski probably won. We're waiting for the judge's decision. I mean, he should win. But Florida's been a shit show before. Yeah, a lot of the replays are just showing some chin by Lopes. Put 8 units on Volk. They said my man was washed. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Volk showed he wasn't washed tonight. But he did show he's getting up there. He's getting old. Wasn't the best Volk. Volk was vintage tonight. I mean, Lopes is raising his hands like he think he won. I got it 4-1 at best. Probably 5-0. $48-47 and 249-46s. But love Volk. But let's be honest. If Ilya didn't move up, he was probably never sniffing that belt again. Might not have ever sniffed that belt again if Ilya didn't move up. Volkanovski won, Jay. Some chin from Diego Lopes, though. That guy took some big fucking punches in this fight. Yeah, he defended almost every takedown. I don't even know. Did Volk take him down? If he did, he didn't have him down long. Yeah, Alex is definitely inspirational. Came back from two knockout losses in a row, but didn't have to fight his way to this fight. He was given this fight because there was no one else. But yes, definitely inspirational, beating a young up and comer, or just a young guy. Lopez is I think Lopez is in his 30s. How old is Lopez? Oh, he's 30. Volkanovski won, Ed. 49-46 on two judges' scorecards. One judge had it 3-2. That judge might have been smoking something. This is my dog, Joanna Jones-Jacek. Her favorite fighters are John Jones and Joanna Jones-Jacek. But who does he fight next now? Who is there at 145 for Volkanovski to fight now? Does he fight who? Yair? He already beat Yair. It's like they needed oh yes, Mosfar. He said he would fight Mosfar too if he won. This should have been Mosfar tonight, but they robbed him. You know, and then I saw so many people like, oh, inactivity. Bro, they gave Chandler Oliveira after having not fought in fucking 2 years. Inactivity don't mean shit. Mosvar got robbed of his title shot, and they gave it to Lopez. Absolutely. Should have been Mosvar tonight. Who did Lopez beat for this title fight? Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, he beat Dan Ige on a day's notice. Oh, Ortega. Ortega was on his way out, though. Ortega had personal life problems, and even that, it shouldn't be you beat Ortega and you cut the line of the guy who already beat you. Hasn't lost yet. Alex hadn't fought in like a year. Let me see. He took some time off. But I think there was nobody else to put. They would have had to do like Lopez versus Mosfar if they didn't do it with Volkanovski. Hadn't fought in a little over a year. Let's see. Oh, fuck. Three best featherweights of all time. Aldo, Volk, Max Holloway. What do we got? Pantoja already lost. So yeah, it's Evovlev. That's it. Arnold Allen's in the mix simply because he hasn't fought Volk yet, but he lost two of his last three. Yair's lost two of his last three. Aljamain just lost to Evovlev. I mean, they could get Aljamain in the mix if he beats maybe a Pantoja or an Arnold Allen, or beats Diego Lopez. Is Lerone Murphy there yet, or Lerone Murphy needs another fight? probably needs another fight. Youssef Zalal has been on a winning streak, but he probably needs another fight or two. Gene Silva's not there yet. Yeah, 145 is looking a little weak right now for contenders. Did they announce Evovlev versus Pico? That sucks if that's what they're making Evovlev go through. Yeah, Lopes had some chin on him. And he was setting up that uppercut all night. And then when it finally landed, it had Volkanovski fucked in that fourth round. Props to him for surviving that because he was in trouble. He was in a lot of trouble in that fourth round. That was a tough one. 3-2 Volk split decision. Nah, I think it was 4-1. But one judge did have it 3-2. Or they will have a rematch with Evovlev and Diego for the title. I mean, if Aljamain's in the mix at 145, they could do Aljamain versus Lopes. Would be a good fight. I mean, they could do Yair versus Lopes. We haven't seen that fight yet, right? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, that might be the fight. Lopes versus Yair. You know, in hindsight, I said they're not going to give Aljamain a fight to get into contendership. They'll probably give him like Youssef Zalal or Lerone Murphy or something like that. A fight that even if he wins, he's not there. Maybe Aljamain versus Gene Silva. Yeah, it was a good card tonight. Let's see. Let's talk about who gets some performance bonuses. I think Dom Reyes should definitely get a performance bonus. Maybe Gene Silva. He knocked down Bryce Mitchell, then put him to sleep. What were the other ones? Paddy Pimblett definitely should get a bonus. Bonuses are actually a little hard tonight, if you think about it. Now, who else we got? Who got fight of the night? Volk won, unanimous decision. What's next for Volk? Probably Evovlev, one would think. I think when he got dropped, that was flashed. When he got hit with that uppercut, he was fucked up. Because it didn't even look like the punch hit him in the eye. The punch hit him here, and it scrambled his fucking vision that he was having trouble seeing. But yeah, there's not a lot there for him at 145. And then it's funny, people were like, why is Ilya moving up? There's not a lot there at 145 right now. Nobody stands out other than Evovlev as like, oh, this guy should be next. Like Lopes, to me at least, didn't stand out as the next fight for Ilya. Yeah, Lopez's head movement, not so great, but the chin, great. Very good chin he showed. He ate some really flush shots from Volkanovski in that fight. But yeah, I guess Volk versus Evovlev. And Maybe Yair versus what's his name? Versus Lopes. Yeah, I think Aljo got robbed in that fight, but he kind of, he lost it in those last couple of scrambles. That last scramble. Yeah, I'm happy for Volk. I'm happy for Dom Reyes. Both of those guys are good dudes. Dare I say, if we're gonna go these type of places now, I want to see Volk win fights, good dude. Dom Reyes win fights, good dude. Chandler's kind of a dick. Like I don't, like I'd rather root for Patty. Like Chandler walks around like his shit don't stink. Like like puffs his chest out, puts his chin in the air, kind of looks down on everybody, and I feel like even that's what happened to him in this fight. He underestimated Patty, and Patty came out fucking blazing. Who does Patty fight next? That's, I think, the biggest who do they fight next question we get tonight. I think I'd rather keep Patty back a little bit. I feel like Chandler was overrated for him to fight. I feel like Charles were rushing him a little bit. Like, I don't want him to fight Charles. I like Patty. I like when Patty comes out, the whole fucking dance, the whole, I like it. Let's keep Patty back for one more. Let's keep him back for one more. Let's do. Oh, I guess he's there. But Neil Dariush has losses. Fizayev has 3 losses in a row. Moicano. We don't do him versus Moicano, do we? He could do Moicano, maybe. But there's Dan Hooker. There's Gamrot. They're definitely not going to do him versus Gamrot. There's Poirier, who says he has 1 fight left. Gaethje, who is trying to get a title shot with Islam. Fuck, it might be Arman. That's who you might wind up fighting. Because they just denied Arman a title shot, or he got hurt, and then they said he's not getting another title shot. Alex, a rematch between who? I don't think he was scared. I think he was going all out. He was getting fucking punched. Volk was landing some hard shots. He was just eating them. What do we got? I don't think Volk was scared of him. He's a fucking world champion. Defended the belt 7 times. If they give him the right money, he'd fight Patty. Probably give him a little bit of an extra bump. And I think I'm seeing similarities. Not the same results, but I'm seeing similarities right now between Patty and Conor McGregor. And the way the arena was for Patty, they fucking love that guy. Like, Patty's a star. They have a star on their hands right there. No, Lopez is not getting a rematch. The fight was pretty one-sided. Cook and Diego, I don't know who Cook is. Volk beats Dustin. It's a tough fight. How is Jim Miller home already? Do you think Lopez is getting a rematch? Volk and Diego rematch? No Volk rematch. No Diego rematch. I hate that Volk just ran away the entire time. And if we have damage, Volk... not really. Volk definitely won it. Concretely. Prime Volk is back. I don't know about Prime Volk. He definitely didn't look the best, but he looked good. But you got to also factor in coming off 2 knockout losses in a row. He needed that. Like, I'm sure he was even in his head a little bit about that fight. Volk is not as good as his old self. Yeah, I agree with that. He's old. And you're never the same after you get knocked out like that. Volk ruined my parlay. Yeah, you should have went Volk. How are you going to say Volk ran the whole fight when the stats are 165 to 71? How did he run the whole fight? 165 to 71. How? What fight were you watching? The only people saying Volk ran is who didn't bet on him. He landed 90 more strikes. How did he run? Where he got knocked down is where he got knocked out by Ilya. He exits with his hands down. You can't do that, especially against the top guys in the world. I don't know about Crush because Silva and Mosfar are there. Yeah, Father Time is undefeated, so we're definitely getting into that realm now, I think, with Volk. It's just a matter of time. Volk top two. Volk was more relaxed. Volk was piecing him up. Diego was trying. He was eating a lot of shots. 165. I think they both beat Evelev. Evelev has that style. That Russian Dagestani style. Whatever. What is Evelev? Oh, it's funny. Poirier just said that. They were talking about the being over 35. Oh, here we go. UFC title history over 13 and 39 middleweight and below, 3 and 25 welterweight and below, 1 and 17. That's a crazy stat. Wait, whoa. Maximo, do you think Diego got robbed? Volk is the first 36-year-old to win a championship fight. He's the first fighter over 35. 35 is like the cutoff. Oh, okay, Maximo. I just had to check on that because I don't think anyone thought that. I don't want to. I talked about this earlier. I don't want to see Holloway versus Poirier. Poirier beat the shit out of Max last time they fought. That was a very good fight for Lopes. He lost. Yeah, it was a good fight for Lopes, even in the loss. I agree. Lopes has some time. What are they saying? July 19th is going to be Holloway versus Poirier. I've seen it rumored. I haven't seen anything official. I'd hate to see it, though. I feel like if Max loses it, he's fucking done. It's tough when you lose to somebody 3 times. Like, again, I was talking about it earlier. That's like everyone saying that they want to see Brandon Moreno jump right away and fight Pantoja again. It's like, just relax. If he loses to Pantoja and he's 0-4 against Pantoja, he's always here then. He's never above Pantoja till Pantoja loses or retires. You got to kind of do what Max was doing. Hang around the division and wait for the guy to lose. Yeah, Volk's the GOAT of 145. That solidifies it, I think. Ilya is on that Conor McGregor tip. Like, if they would have hung around 145, maybe they could have been up there, but they both were the flash and then went up. Volk outlanded him 165 to 71. $165 to $71. 165 to 71. Volk wasn't hitting him hard enough to get him going. I know exactly. What is that? Elash? I can't really read your name, but he outlanded him by like 90 strikes. But he was running the whole time. Oh, shut the fuck up, Anthony Smith. If we were talking about it earlier, haters clubs. Like if Anthony Smith had a haters club, I would fight to become president. I am not an Anthony Smith fan. I felt bad for him when he lost his boy, his friend, right before he fought, but I fucking hate Anthony Smith. Anything. What did Anthony Smith say? Anything. He's talking about he was critiquing something Chael said about how Lopes was fighting. Man, though, Paddy Pimblett, like Volk wins and Volk's the champ, but Paddy Pimblett comes out as a superstar tonight. Other than those few wrestling moments in the first round, he dominated Chandler. He outstruck him. Yes, Ilya's fucking really good. Like, same thing as we're seeing now with Paddy. We saw with Conor. We saw with Ilya. Remember, like, the first couple fights, they were a little... Like, there were some people that... Jai Herbert, even Bryce Mitchell, I think, took Ilya... Like, there's moments where guys have success, but then as they get more comfortable and they evolve, you see how good they are. Like Conor, we saw once he got to that top level, like when the lights were the brightest, he was his best. Ilya, when the lights were the brightest, he was his best. I think we're seeing that with Paddy Pimblett. The brighter the lights are, the better he is. But the flip side of that coin is Chandler, I think, is not as good as people thought he is. Or I said it earlier, Chandler in the gym is a superstar. When the fight starts, he goes, take my brain and give me the rocks. And he puts the rocks in his head. Diego is going to get that back in blood. I could see Diego being a contender in a few years, a year or two, getting in the mix again. Thank you, Isaiah, for the follow. Not only is Chandler old, I feel like he really fucked himself waiting for Conor. Like 2 years, he was already a little bit past his prime. Then he sat out for 2 years. Like, what are you doing, bro? And then the craziest thing is that fight with, what's his name? With Oliveira. He fouled Oliveira like 12 times and was like, I didn't foul him. What do you mean? Those are clean. As Volk's biggest fan, I'm glad he did not get a redemption chance against Ilya. I agree with you. I was just saying that before. I don't think he would have ever sniffed the belt again if Ilya didn't move up. I would like Chandler versus Dariush. Yeah, Conor fucking clowned him on that. That's the craziest thing, too, is how high the stock is on Chandler when it's like, bro, your only win is Tony Ferguson. And the Dan Hooker fight, I think if him and Dan Hooker fought again, Dan Hooker fucking suns him. I think he was just that was his night that night. Like, him and Dan Hooker fought 100 times. I don't think he wins most of them. But yeah, I'm going to make a shirt that says, like, Anthony Smith Haters Club. I fucking hate Anthony Smith. Like, I forget who he fought. I remember he had the home invasion, and then he fought somebody, and they were like, bro, you couldn't stop a fucking random guy invading your house, and you think you're going to beat me? Like, what are you talking about? Well, like I just said, Max, Chandler is great in the gym. He seems like such a superstar. Then when the fight starts, they're like, game plan. We trained great. Game plan. Like, we're doing this. He goes, let me put the rocks in my head. Let me take out my brain and put the rocks in my head. You heard Henry Hooft in the corner giving him advice. He was saying other things, but the gist of it was, you're not doing anything we worked on. Like, you're literally not doing a fucking thing that we worked on. And Chandler just had excuses like, yeah, he's long and he's doing this. It's like, no, you were doing the same move. You were doing head movement and trying to step in and land wild hooks while Patty was picking you apart. I don't know about over in the first. I think Volk looked better tonight. The problem with him in that Ilya fight was his hands were so low. His hands were up tonight. But yes, I think Ilya would have slept him. Next for Volk is probably Ivovlev. Yeah, Benny probably KOs Mike. I like Dariush. I don't know. Chandler was up. He was fighting uphill that whole fight. Ilya would sleep Lopes. Ilya apparently would sleep everybody. Dan obliterated Mike in the rematch. Oh, Dan obliterates Mike in the rematch, yes. I think he just got caught. Good body punch into the hook. You know, I remember Chandler threw a good combo. And I think also the hype of Chandler, the pressure of fighting the Bellator guy. And I think we've seen since that fight the evolution of Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker's been on a roll lately. No. I think Volk can grapple. We saw it against Ilya. Oh, not Ilya, Islam. 3-2 Volk, not gonna lie. Islam, low diffs, Ilya. I don't know what that means. Yes, Jonathan Macareno. I think that's a good take. Chandler was never that good. I mean, let's let the record speak for it. He's 2-5 in the UFC. Dustin Poirier looks more and more accurate. That maybe you're not built for this, you know? You're the Bellator guy. I feel like if shot for some takedowns, he could have went for the win. Who? Who are you talking about, Kendall? It's over, gang. Go to bed. Shut the fuck up, Hayden. No, I'm just joking. I was just reacting to you telling me to go to bed. These are my peak hours. Ilya might be the perfect fighter. Yeah, we seen Ilya gas. Who was that one fight where he gassed? He grappled too much, and he said after the fight, he's like, I'm going to strike more. Was it Zalal? There was a fight where Ilya gassed. He won the fight, but he gassed himself out in the fight. Yeah, something we saw tonight, too, is just, yeah, so far, Scousers don't get knocked out. Because anything Chandler landed, Patty was just like, nah. And I think that and the fact that Patty was landing shit, I think mentally Chandler deflated pretty quick. I don't know if Ilya beats Fedor, to be honest. We'll come back. Pitbull lost tonight. Also, how bad is Chandler? Pitbull, same as Chandler, if you will, put rocks in his brain tonight and was like, oh, how do people beat Yair? They take him to the ground. I'm going to strike with him. I'm going to strike with him tonight. Then when he started getting fucked up, he was like, let me try some takedowns. From the beginning, he should have been backing Yair up and trying to wrestle him. Who had COVID? Dan Hooker? He had COVID on short notice. Oh, you're talking about the fight that Ilya gassed in? Or looked tired in? Yes, great card tonight. I was excited about that. How about Darren Till? What about Darren Till? I've come to the conclusion Volk is not the best featherweight on earth. I don't know. He's pretty good. Gene Silva versus Ilya. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that. I'm still not sold on Gene Silva. He beat Bryce. So, like, Ilya beat Bryce. It's the fights after that that made him seem like the guy. So, it depends on what Gene Silva does going forward, but Bryce isn't the biggest win. Volk, worst champ on the lineup. I I think Juliana Pena probably is the worst champ on the lineup. Volk doesn't beat Yair. He already beat Yair. UFC makes tons off Lopes versus Yair. They should put Lopes and Yair in Mexico, and they can make money off that. They can make a lot of money off that fight. Apparently, Patty Pimblett got into it with Colby Covington. Is what they're saying. Ilya or the Sun? I think Ilya comes away with a pretty good tan. Oh, we got Patty Pimblett versus Colby Covington fighting in the back. To be honest, right in that situation, Colby's probably going to catch a 2-piece and a soda from Patty. I'm trying to catch up to this chat. Ilya versus Gene, I'm good on. People really think Fedor, who fights at light heavyweight, is going to lose to a flyweight. You counted Volk out, Jay Slice? No way. Lopes will be champ by 2026, maybe. I think Ilya could have gave Khabib something. I don't know about John Jones though. Casuals want Volk to win. Billy McDonald, you're the man. Thank you for the follow. Casuals want a casual champ. You know who calls people casuals? A casual. Exactly, Andrew. Ilya versus Poirier. I think Ilya. Silva versus Murphy, Emmett, or Yair. Yeah, he's in that mix right now. John Jones is the worst champ right now. My parlay hit, best card of the year. Only boring fight was Pitbull's. Yeah, that Pitbull fight was bad. How long does Volk get seen as the worst? Look at a contender. I don't even know what you mean by that. Amanda Munoz. Oh, Nunez. My eyes. Yeah, they don't want Mosfar being champion. I think even they don't want Merab as champion. That's why they're giving him O'Malley. I think they're going to stack the deck against Merab the best they can. Volk completely outclassed Lopes. Yeah, Yair versus Lopes is probably the next one. Good fight, too. I think John Cena could beat Alexa Grasso, yes. Why did Chandler just punch like that? Yeah, Chandler looked terrible. Again, my favorite moment of that fight was Henry Hoof in the corner saying, like, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. Pretty much everything we worked on, you're not doing. Man, that's such a crazy take that people say that. Like, I need to see those people. When you say Volk is scared, it's like, send me a picture of what you look like. All right, I caught up. I was trying to catch up. I low-key enjoyed seeing Bryce get dog walked. I was rooting for Bryce Mitchell in that fight simply because Gene Silva irked me, and he's annoying with the bark. He seems very goofy with that bark, but he looked pretty good tonight. But again, Bryce Mitchell's not the best. He's good, but he's not the best. Like, Bryce Mitchell is not in the elite. He's a fight you win to get to the next level, the elite. I don't think much would have changed. Imagine if Chandler came right into the UFC and not Bellator. I don't know how much would have changed. He's always fought with low IQ, even when he fought in Bellator. And then he had the rivalry with Eddie Alvarez. He fought some UFC caliber guys He fought some UFC caliber guys in what you call it. Is that the legend himself, Nick Piccinini? If you guys don't, you guys should follow Nick Piccinini. He's a badass wrestler, MMA fighter. But yeah, I wanted Chandler to hang him up. I just really hope Bryce doesn't get cut. I don't think Bryce is going to get cut. They won't cut him. How you doing, Piccinini? How's Dallas? Bryce has only lost to Topuria, Emmett, and now Silva. Bryce is good. I'm just saying, he's not elite. He's not that level. Thank you for the follow, Jay. I appreciate it. Bro was literally running. How do you run from someone but you land 100 more strikes? I don't understand that one. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nick Piccinini. I'll definitely follow you back. I didn't know you were on TikTok. But yeah, you guys, go follow Nick Piccinini. He's a badass wrestler. Used to train at AKA. Now he trains at Fortis. You still at Fortis? He's been on the Contender Series. You guys will see him in the UFC soon enough. I seen him out there. He's trained with Moreno. He's trained with a lot of really good guys. Why is my brain drawing a blank? You were at Oklahoma State, right? Or Oklahoma? I know you're a Cowboy. He comes from that same wrestling lineage as DC, Randy Couture, studs. Volk is a boring fighter. I don't think Volk's a boring fighter. How's Anthony doing, Nick? But yeah, I stay watching. I stay following pitch. Anthony has a daughter? That's crazy. That's crazy. Good for him. I know I follow him on TikTok, the landscaping. I didn't know he had a daughter though. That's crazy. Good for him. I saw him at the PFL. That's the last time I seen him a few years ago. You gotta love the casuals. Everybody gets clipped in the UFC. It's about how you get up after you get clipped or how you can take getting clipped. I can't believe so many people are saying how Volk was running tonight. That's crazy. Everyone doesn't. Perfect example. Everyone doesn't just stand on a dime and try to fucking brawl it out. Look at Ilya. When Ilya walked out to Max and said, like, pointed to the ground, Max was like, no. You're not the guy I do that to. Like, I'm good. What'd you think of the fights tonight, Pitch? But yes, tell Anthony I said what's up. And however you're doing, I hope you're doing good. I'm looking forward to the next fight that I can watch. That's a good team out there, Fortis. The Islam KO changed everything. I don't think he was going to beat Ilya. Stylistically, Ilya was a bad matchup. What's next for Volk has to be Evovlev. If Volk doesn't go into sunset retiring the title again, he's got to have, what's his name? Evovlev. And even that's not the biggest draw. Like, you know, everyone doesn't care about that fight, but that's like a fight for the diehards. I could see that. Lopes is the boogeyman for other featherweights. But we'll actually see when he fights. They got to make him fight Yair. That's the good fight they can make next. I mean, Lopes barely threw because he was always out of range. He would have been reaching if he would have threw. That is true, Misfit. His cardio was questioned, all because of that Dan Ige fight. You know, Dan Ige took that fight on a day's notice, but then Dan Ige was fucking him up in the third round. Yeah, like GOAT. If you go watch that fight, for some reason he looked so different in that Ilya fight. Like his hands were never up. He was moving, putting his weight over his back leg. He did not look good against Ilya, but that's also Ilya making him uncomfortable. Yeah, that Dan Ige stoppage was horrible, but I was rooting for Dan Ige. I like Dan Ige. Thank you for the follow, Misfit. I appreciate it. Lopes is going to be a journeyman. Could be the new Holloway, to be honest. I mean, whoa. Holloway was never a journeyman. And even that, I think Holloway's levels above Lopes. Holloway is one of the all-time greats, especially at 145. Something about a guy with a chest tattoo. Vinny from Jersey Shore has a chest tattoo. I'll take the guy with the tattoos. Holloway barely held the title. Jay, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Put 400 on Reyes money line. Congrats. Very, very happy for Reyes. Like I've said earlier, Reyes is a good dude. You know, I interviewed Reyes a few times, and he used to always come on the podcast. And then when he fought Ryan Spann, I was at Media Day, and I asked him some questions, and I was like, are we partying after this fight? He was like 100% like we're partying. Then we were texting. He was like, yo, tonight, like, we're definitely going to fucking party. And then he got knocked out, and he wasn't interested in partying. I was like, ah. But yeah, I like Reyes. Reyes is a good dude. I was in a room full of Lopes supporters. They all doubted my boy Volk. I rubbed it in their face. At least you got that for yourself today. I was worried for Volk in those couple moments. That uppercut was scaring me. And then when it finally landed, I was like, oh, fuck, there it is. He caught him. And then that uppercut, too, Volk's reaction to that uppercut, it looked like he hit him in the cheek. And Volk, like, couldn't see because of it. Like, his brain got fucking wobbled. Volk really surprised me. What a bounce back. Yes. No. I don't think Lopes is going to be a future champion. Could be, but I just don't see it. Why do people who will never have an 8-pack or throw 8 punches in 3 seconds lie about me? I don't know what that means. Someone back up the whole fight. Volk almost went to sleep a few times. He did get caught a few times. I don't want those nerd glasses. I'm not sold on the fighting nerds yet. They got to win these upper echelon fights. Who's the one that's won? Kyle Bahalis is their ceiling right now. But like Rufy beating Bobby Green is like Bobby Green's 38. He's on his way out. Silva beating Bryce Mitchell. I'm like, Bryce Mitchell's not that guy. Their next level of opponents, if they beat those guys, then I'll be sold. But again, look at this fucking guy. He's holding on to the cage, barking. I can't support that. They're legit, but they're not. Everyone's on like they're all going to be champions. I'm not on that bandwagon yet. They're all legit. 100% they're legit. But I'm not sold yet on them being championship level fighters yet. It's almost like you could say like it's easy or you're capable to crack the top 15. You can get in the top 10. The top 5 is a whole nother animal. The top 3, whole nother animal. Down 5 racks. Diego sold me. Yeah. I would have said Volk. Yeah, they're not, I wouldn't call them cans, but they're not beating that level yet. We'll see how good they are coming up. UFC 315 and 316 really not too stacked. Thoughts? Oh, not too stoked for thoughts? My reading is fucking atrocious tonight. I got something in my right eye. The nerd glasses are now going viral. Will you get a pair? No. Jim Miller doesn't wear nerd glasses. I wear glasses, but they don't have tape on them. You name 15 better featherweights. What? Go name 15 better featherweights? Yeah, there's not better featherweights than him. I want a rematch between Diego and Volk. Nobody else does. Do you think Gene would submit Bryce? Oh, did you think? Possible. I think that was a little bit of like a club and sub. I think Bryce Mitchell was having a lot of struggles on the feet. Shot a bad takedown attempt. Volk is a technical fighter. He's not going to stand and bang with Lopes. They need to add points for the takedown defense. Kelv, I thought he looked good. He had a few bad moments, but he's fighting the best. You know, he's fighting the top 5, the number 1 contender. I hate when fighters back up. I get it, but what do you want them to do? Stand there and fighting at the highest level and fighting at any level. If you train and you start fighting, it's a game of tag. It's a game of not it or get hit and don't get hit. You don't want to take brain damage. You don't want to stand in the middle and do the Max Holloway point to the ground. And then, like I said before, the perfect example is when Ilya came out and said, let's go in the middle, Max was like, no, you're not that guy. You're not the guy I do that with. There's a right and a wrong time. There's a time and place to stand and trade with people. I think my favorite era, I don't know. I like the era we're in now, but I think that that era, the UFC 40s, 50s, that was my favorite era. When the sport, right after the boom, right around when the Ultimate Fighter first happened, and that's my favorite era. Randy Couture, Chuck Liddell, when before, even kind of like before the Ultimate Fighter and like right when it happened, because that's when it was the best in the world. Like every card was fucking UFC 314, was stacked, and you were like, holy shit, like this fight's on the prelims, like holy shit. Now the sport, when the Ultimate Fighter happened, the sport got watered down a little bit, and now you see a lot of fighters that you're like, why is this guy in the UFC? It's because the sport's watered down a little bit. So where those guys back in the day would have been in regional fights or smaller events, now they're in the UFC and they're just on the prelims. Yeah, I would never bet on Michael Chandler. I would never bet on Michael Chandler. Man, how good did Rhea Ripley look tonight, though? That's one thing I noticed. She was out there supporting her Aussie brother. What's next for Volk is going to be Evovlev. And I think it's going to be probably a boring fight. Either Volk beating Evovlev up or maybe Evovlev taking him down and controlling him, but I hope I'm wrong, but Yeah, Steeler Nation. That was a great era. Like right before the boom, and then right when the boom happened. Like I remember watching like that fight, that tough finale, and it really was like that. Like holy shit, let me fucking call people and get them in on this. Yeah, Ripley could get it. There was a lot of bad bitches tonight in the crowd. I saw every time they'd pan the camera, you'd see some chicks dancing. I support hot chicks at fights. Not opposed to it. What the fuck? No, Holloway, once you're done cutting that weight, you're never coming back. Cutting weight is fucking terrible. And then there was video released after the last Ilya fight, and you saw him like struggling to make 145, so I don't think there's any reason for him to come back down. Ilya gets knocked out by Dustin or Justin. I mean, we have no evidence that would suggest that he hasn't been knocked out yet. We talked about this earlier. Tracy Cortez is bad, but the baddest of them all, I don't know. Well, you met her. She's in shape a little bit right now because I think they're booking a fight for her soon. But when she has a fight coming up, she's hot. She looks like Selena. When she doesn't have a fight coming up, she looks like the lady who shot Selena. She gets a little too thick. For my liking. Other people might like that. Mackenzie Dern is hot, but, you know, people may say the face a little bit, but the body's amazing. Me personally, I like Mackenzie Dern. She looks like one of my exes. Thank you, Stray Duck. I appreciate it. Imagine Masvidal would have tried to pull back up on Colby. They're probably both there tonight. Yes, Steeler Nation. That Pride era, too, was fucking... Pride was amazing. A lot of fans today will never understand truly how fucking great it was when there was Pride and the UFC and they were actually competing. Like the Grand Prix, there's nothing that compares to those Grand Prix that they used to have. The Grand Prix were so great that even at one point the UFC sent Chuck over there and they had a deal where they were going to send people to the Grand Prix. That shit was amazing. Bro is turning this into Gooner chat. I don't know what that means. Thank you, Stray. I appreciate it. I remember that. I'm not sure if they sent Nick or Nick was like he didn't have deals like that with the UFC. Like Nick had an open contract where he was able to take a fight in Pride. I'm pretty sure they sent Chuck and they sent someone else. I don't think it was Nick though. But Nick did fight there around that same time period when he was fighting in the UFC. But Nick was always like, he had a few fights like that. But yeah, those days, the height of Nick Diaz, those were my favorite times of fighting. When we had those other promotions. I think that's what we're lacking now is credible promotions. Like I was just talking about it earlier too. If you look at the card that the PFL put on yesterday, it was fucking embarrassing. It's pretty much like they've given up, and now they're like, yeah, we kind of don't care. All the names are gone. All the fucking little bit of lore that you'd go watch a PFL fight for is all gone. Oh, for sure. Top tier fighters are more skilled. The sport evolved. Absolutely, the sport evolved. That was 3 years ago, the brawl they had. Laugh about Colby calling cops. Colby's still smart on Masvidal, just mad. I saw there was almost a three-piece Minnesota moment between Paddy Pimblett and Colby tonight. I love that type of shit. Like, let them street fight. Let them fight. But yeah, the Pride Grand Prix were amazing. And it sucks the way that America is. Like, the athletic commissions, they would never allow a Grand Prix like that. Like, they have it, I think it's 3 rounds or 4 rounds or even 5. is the most that they'll let a fighter fight. So, like, if you did a Grand Prix, you can only do, like, 1 round fights if you want to have the guy fight more than once in a night. Something stupid is why they don't do them here like that no more. But, like, could you imagine how amazing it would be if the UFC did a one-night tournament? It would be the most epic fucking thing ever. Especially now that the sport's at its height. Those one-night tournaments, like old school UFC and then the Grand Prix, those things were fucking amazing. Yeah, UFC used to do tournaments in the beginning, and then they got away from it. Yeah, we need Pride, but it's never coming back. It sucks. I wish we can go back to it, but LeBron James. I remember you, LeBron. Why didn't Colby run up on Usman like that, as opposed to what? The way he ran up on Patty, or? Let's see what Dana had to say at the post-fight presser. Ryzen took over. But yeah, it's not the same. It's the same people, but it sucks. Ryzen's not the same. Like the greatest thing ever. Remember Pride used to have a New Year's Eve show? Now Risen, and then Risen and Dream had a few of them, but that used to be Pride's gig. Pride used to have those New Year's Eve shows. They used to be fucking amazing. Yeah, Pride was fucking dope. I think soccer kicks should absolutely be legal. Oh yeah, the homie Dom Reyes. People forget, man. I was very happy that Dom Reyes was able to pull that out. I saw that fight going that way though, because Krylov hadn't fought in 2 years, and that's how he fights. He's wild. He reaches. SSJ, thank you for the follow. And Dom Reyes does that little skate back, clean, straight left hand. That fight, if you go watch Aldo versus Chandler and then go watch that, they were almost the same ending. What is that? Stuff be Huss? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yair beats Volk in a rematch. Mojo Brojo, you are smoking. You are smoking. Yeah, it was a dope card today. Colby versus Usman trilogy makes sense, but I feel like both wouldn't want it. It does make sense right now. I'd be into that. Um, he fought a 38-year-old man who should be fighting at 135, who had the octagon jitters. You can't judge anything off of that fight, I don't think. Yeah, Reyes is always going to live in the shadows of that John Jones fight. You are correct. Yair and Lopes, definitely the fight to make. I don't know about all time. Definitely top featherweight. Yair is fighting for the belt next. That's what he said in the interview. One in his interview right now at the post-fight presser. I was watching the other people. I was watching Chael, Poirier, and that jerk-off Anthony Smith talk. And then I forgot about the post-fight press, so I just put that on and rewound it. I saw Yair was talking, but I wanted to see what Dana said. That's what they promised him? That's tough. Some trilogies. I'd watch Colby versus Usman again, but again, I hate when guys already won 2 of the fights. So it's like if Colby loses that fight, he's in a worse spot than he is. What are the trilogies? I don't want to see Dustin versus Max again. I only want to see. I like trilogies when there's one apiece. You know, it's tough when there's 2 losses to the other guy. I only have to. The only thing I could say about Patty is I think he does good. Every fight, he performs under the lights. Patty Pimblett. That's what you can say about Patty Pimblett. He performs very good under the lights. Yeah, that fucker Chase Hooper. That dick. Does Poirier's legacy at 45 be effective? Yeah, he's similar to Connor. He could have stayed longer and built like a legacy, but he left. So he's a flash real quick, and now it all depends on what he does at 55. Who's on now? Patty? But yeah, I think Patty performs under the lights. He's going to keep shining. He's definitely impressed me. And again, I think people were low on him because of the Jared Gordon fight. I think people are putting disrespect on Jared Gordon's name. I think Jared Gordon's one of those fighters. Any given night, he could put on a great performance against good people. He's had bad luck and had some bad performances, but there's the flip side of that coin is he's good. Also, when the lights, again, with the lights, when the lights are off and you're in the gym, Jared's good. Jared's really good in the gym. Comes from a really good gym. Main training partners are like Gilbert Burns, Chandler. Like he trains with really good people. We need Silva versus Jair. I'd watch Silva versus Jair. That could be a good one. Ilya versus Islam. I'm going to lean Islam, but I'm going to root Ilya. I do think Ilya could do something there. My only worry is how big Islam is. Like, Islam's never making 145. He's probably not even making 154. We need to book a damn good title eliminator for Dominic Reyes. I just don't think Patty could be champ. I mean, at this point, I can't deny that he has that. His path is rivaling right now, to me, Conor McGregor a little bit. Where it doesn't matter what he looked like in certain fights. If every fight, he's looking better. Same as Ilya. When Ilya was coming up, he had fights where it's like, oh, this guy might not be a champion. Then he just levels up when the lights get brighter. Patty Pimblett, when the lights were brightest, turned in the best performance of his career tonight. So, he called out Gaethje, Poirier, Oliveira, and Arman. Those would be the bright lights again. So I'm not going to be surprised if he fucking performs in those fights. Oh, TikTok got me. Mosfar has to be next, right? Yeah, I think Volk beats him. Patty is turning into a huge icon. 30 looks like the new 20. Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but my TikTok just disappeared. Yeah, Mosfar has to be next. What? I was just looking at it. There's no one else. The crowd was going nuts for Patty. It reminds me of Conor McGregor. And even, you could say the UFC's given him matchups, favorable matchups, the right matchups. Man, I don't know what just happened. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, they kicked me off for a second. Patty backs up his crap. He does. You can't deny Patty's good. I'm past denying that he's good now. I can't. I'll be back. I'm gonna root for Pratis, but probably Gary. Mm. Why did Patty address? Man, they just kicked me off my live. Did Patty address the Colby Covington backstage drama? But yeah, Pratis versus Gary. The thing with that fight is, I hope Jeff Neal's good. Like for Jeff Neal to pull out of a fight, hopefully it's actually an injury because I don't want it to be like personal life shit. I know he's been through some shit. Patty faces Oliveira, then fights Islam for the belt. Oh, he's there. It's tough to think about, but he's there at this point. But again, I think that we're also overselling Chandler. Oh, he called him Mr. Irrelevant and said he only talks when security's there. Come on, come on, come on. Don't be crazy. So Dana said, a person asked how Elias said he was guaranteed a title shot. Dana White didn't say yes or no. He said, we're working on it. But yeah, I guess Patty, we have to say Patty's a legit contender at the moment. He's not there, but he's close. And again, he keeps rising to the occasion under the lights. So you can't think that Patty's going to lose when he keeps winning. Lopes beats Lerone and gets his rematch. That could happen. The division is pretty thin right now, so Lopes is not far off from a rematch, but he's got to do something. But he's definitely got to get a win. Did Yair say something like Hunter promised him a title shot? I saw someone say that, but I didn't watch it. Which I think would be crazy. Why didn't Lopes shoot for a takedown? I don't know. Ilya and Lopes will never be in the same convo. I agree. Definitely not in the same convo. One of the stupidest things is the trolls. Like in the UFC live for the press conference right now, people just always write like R.I.P. Joe Rogan. They're writing R.I.P. Tony Ferguson. Like, why do people write such stupid shit? R.I.P. Joe Rogan, you will be missed. Like, what fucking idiots? I'll never understand that stupidity. I could be wrong. No, I think that I saw someone else say that, so I think that's what Yair said, but I can't see them saying we're giving you a title shot if you beat Pitbull. I do think if Pitbull would have won, they might have talked Pitbull into a title shot. But Yair just got smoked by Volk. And then he got smoked by Brian Ortega. Trolls are such a weird thing. Like, I had a bunch of trolls on TikTok tonight, and it's just such a weird thing. It's such like a weird thing to do with your time and your life. I'll never understand it. And then I just paid attention to that when they were doing good with the questions. Then someone had to ask the feelings questions, like, how does it feel? What's it like? How does it feel that like the UFC is doing good and the TKO is doing good? Like, what does it feel like? It's like, it feels good. Thanks. Patty versus Oliveira better be next. Oh man, I like Patty. I don't want to see that. I'd like to see him get one more fight before that next jump up. Like again, Chandler's a little washed going into that fight. Hasn't fought in 2 years. He's 2-4 in the UFC. Now he's 2-5 in the UFC. Like he's the Fugazi upper echelon. Charles Oliveira, Gaethje, Port. That's the upper echelon. Like I'd like to see Patty get one more in the mix type of fight. What's crazy is I wish Patty would have said something. Is I did see that what's his name? I haven't seen anything about Jones and Aspinall, But I did see that Conor McGregor said he was betting like I think $500,000 or big money on Chandler, and he said he thinks Chandler knocks out Patty. Patty should have called out Conor McGregor. That fight would be huge. He might be on that level, but again, it's a quick jump. I like Patty. I'm rooting for Patty at this point. I'd imagine they're trying to make Jones versus Aspinall for International Fight Week because that would be the biggest fight they can make. Fight of the night was Volkanovski and Lopes. All right. No, Drake bet on Volkanovski tonight. Bet 500,000 on Volkanovski. So there was no Drake curse on the UFC tonight. There was a Conor curse because Conor bet Chandler. I've seen him have like a Drake thing too with betting, like terrible betting, and he loses. Seems like he loses a lot of money. Oh yeah, Conor's long gone at this point. He's fucking getting into politics and he's partying with the Nelk boys. He's gone. I don't even think we get him the way he's saying he'll fight in bare knuckle. I don't even think we get that. I think the next Conor fight and the last Conor fight we see is going to be a street fight with someone one day. I mean, I'm rooting for Reyes, but who does he fight next? Oh, him too. Getting into that upper echelon of 205, it starts looking rough. But he's been performing, so if I lived in Ireland, I would vote for Conor 100%. But it's like, is that who you want as your president? I would have won 1,500 on one parlay if Bryce Mitchell would have won. Then I had another parlay that I would have won. I had a bunch of baseball bets that got sold. I had a bad day bet. Usually I have better days. I made the mistake of sprinkling Bryce Mitchell like an idiot. Thank you for the follow, Alex. But yeah, I picked Volk. I had Volk. I fucked myself with Bryce Mitchell. I like Yair's getup for this post-fight presser. Unfortunately, though, I don't want to hear Yair. I'm going to fast forward to Patty. But man, who would Reyes fight? Let's go look at the rankings. I was reading about it earlier, how Tapology has the sexiest female fighters, and they actually have rankings for it. That was a good read earlier. Oh, fuck. Hey, when you click a pop-up, and then it sends you down a fucking hole. Yeah, amazing. Totally delivered tonight. Absolutely tonight delivered. But who does Reyes fight next? You know, like there's something about an accent. Who won? Who won which fight? Volkanovski won tonight. Patty Pimblett won tonight. When a fighter has an accent, it's like if they could fight, they're fucking skyrocketing. Americans love to hear accents. I mean, he beat Ozdemir. He beat Krylev. So if he beats Krylev, he jumps into 9 maybe. Doesn't fight Ratchik. Maybe Reyes fights the winner of Jamal Hill versus Khalil. That's a good fight. Do they do Reyes versus Olberg? Reyes versus Jiri. I don't think him and Alex would fight each other. They got pretty friendly. I think Volk fights Holloway next. Come on, Alex. Come on, Alex. So on Tapology, they have him ranked 12, but he just beat 9. So let's say for the sake of that, he's 9. I mean, maybe they go Olberg, because Olberg didn't have the most entertaining fight just now against Blachowicz. Or maybe Olberg or the winner of Khalil versus Jamal Hill. Oh, but that's not till June, so that would keep him out for a while. So unless he fights down in the rankings, it's Olberg or Blachowicz or Jiri. So maybe Dom Reyes versus Jiri. Couple of good ones in there for him. If they're trying to get Dom into title contention, then maybe they could do him versus Olberg. Winner gets a title shot. But I feel like Dom's still a step away from... He's still 2 fights away, I think. I think Volk fights Holloway next. Has a lot to say, but would be fight him? Would who fight who, Owen Peters? I could talk UFC all day. Love that you stream, and it's content you've always did and worked on. I appreciate that, Steeler Nation. Yeah, I could talk about fighting all day. I love it. Boxing and MMA, wrestling. Like even before in my TikTok, Nick Piccinini jumped on. He fought in the Contender Series a few times. He'll be in the UFC eventually. He's a stud wrestler from Oklahoma State. I think he got robbed of his last year because of COVID, and he went to start fighting in MMA. But I think he's a 3-time All-American, if I'm not mistaken. He's a fucking stud. He used to train at AKA. Now he trains at Fortis MMA. I've seen he's trained with Marab. He's trained with Aljo. He's trained with Brandon Moreno. He's trained with a lot of really good lower weight guys, and they all say, man, this kid's fucking good. But yeah, that's the goal. The goal, I say it every time I stream. I think now I might have finally hit that switch where I'm going to get more active again. This was a good card to maybe shoot some shots and try to book a few interviews off of. Let me even look at that. I mean, Volk's always tough because Volk's DMs and his messages are probably flooded right now. But I've booked Volk a few times. I've interviewed Volk a few times. Dominic Reyes. Dan Ige. So yeah, there were a few guys on this card that I have contacts with. I thought the Ige stoppage was premature, but I was happy for him. I was rooting for Ige. I like Ige. He's always been cool to me and courteous with his time. He used to, like I said earlier, he used to work for Dominance MMA. Before he won his first $50K bonus, his side job was he used to do PR for fighters, like public relations and media. So he used to book interviews for all the fighters on Ali Abdelaziz's roster. And then when he won $50K, he stopped doing that, and Puna Soriano started doing it. Then as Puna Soriano started winning some fights, he stopped doing it. And now it's a bunch of... It was a couple other people. Now it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's still John Morgan's wife. Is now the PR lady. But yeah, I like Dan Ige. I always root for Dan Ige. And if you're like a fight fan and you see a guy who's willing to fight on 24 hours notice, you fuck with that guy. Like, that guy's the man. No fighters do that. They happen to be fighting in his backyard. He was like, yeah, I'll fucking fight tomorrow. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Reyes got to get the winner of Roundtree and Hill. The problem with that fight is I'm seeing it's not till June. So what are we in right now? April? Are we in April? What fucking month is this? April. But, so that's April, May, June. That's a few months away. That's like a camp away. Reyes could fight on that card versus somebody. And he came out clean. I'd imagine he's trying to get right back in as soon as possible. I don't know about that, Andrew. I don't think Diego was robbed. Volkanovski won, but apparently he shouldn't have won. He got robbed. Or not, he got robbed. Diego Lopes got robbed. But yeah, June 21st is a ways away. So if Reyes wants to wait, if he doesn't want to wait, then maybe he could fight Jerry, Jan, or Olberg. You know, Olberg beat Blachowicz, but he didn't move up. It's not like he beat Blachowicz and it's like, you're getting a title shot off that performance because it was a terrible performance. So they can maybe do Olberg versus Reyes. I think they might have been tentatively booked against each other at one point, too. Already. If I'm not mistaken. Let me double check this. Volk ran the whole time. Oh, my God. Volk outlanded him by like 90 strikes. Yeah, Reyes was booked to fight Olberg twice, so maybe that's the fight they could run right now. They were supposed to fight in January of 2024, and then they were supposed to fight in March of 2024, and the fights never happened. Let's see why. Olberg got hurt the first time, Reyes got hurt the second time. So third time's a charm. But yeah, Patty won me over. Similar to Ilya. At first, I wasn't a fan, and then they brought me on their team. Going to boxing. When you said going to boxing real quick, I was, wait, boxing's on right now? But now I read the rest of the question. Going to boxing real quick. What's your favorite classic? Classic and fighter. I hope Crawford and Canelo gets done. Yeah, I'm worried about that one for Crawford. I thought Crawford was younger than he is, but he's actually older than Canelo. But I'd be interested in watching that fight, but it's a little bit late, if you will. My favorite class, I mean, right now it's those lighter weight guys. That 140 range, that 135 range, that Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Tank, that weight is the most exciting, I think, right now in boxing. I disagree, LeBron James. I think John Jones would beat Aspinall. If Diego had more aggression, he could have put Volk out, but still a good fight. He had aggression, he just couldn't catch him. In the words of some of the people earlier in the chat, he was running. You know, like I said, though, fighting is a game of tag. It's hit and not get hit. It's who can absorb the least amount of damage wins the fight. No way. John doesn't lose until it's shown. Whose IQ is better? Yeah. Until I see with my eyes someone beat John Jones, I can't. People don't realize John is going to crawl to Aspinall. Yeah, until I see John Jones lose with my eyes, I'm not going to believe he's going to lose. But Father Time, undefeated. Right now, he's losing valuable days. The more time that passes, the less John's chance of winning is, because he's just older. He's got a lot of miles on him. He's had some wars. He's had some gym wars. He's getting up there in age and a lot of hard partying. I don't know what you mean by that. How many points did Volk get? Yeah, I agree. John is the greatest that ever did it. I don't know what you mean by total points. He won 49-46 on two judges' scorecards and 48-47 on the other one. He outlanded Lopes by like 90-something strikes. It was a pretty clean performance by him. Yeah, John's fight IQ and just his ability to mix things up, and I think the wrestling is going to be such a difference maker in the fight. I'm not sold like a lot of people are that Aspinall beats him. I just don't see it.
I love the way he says my name, well, it's absolutely hilarious. Funny good bitch, funny good bitch. Yeah, easy money, but I think, after watching that fight, maybe fought me, bet on me.
Oh, he's talking about.
All good people.
He was just talking about Moicano
Any smack up still open?
and saying Poicano calls him Pim bitch.
Best be a smack up open.
Aspinall versus Jones, hopefully in the summer. Yeah, I think John is a different skill level than everyone else. What do I think Elia should do next? I think he should fight Islam. That's the only fight to make. Him versus Islam. Like Islam, and I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, he shouldn't have to fight another featherweight." Moicano was a featherweight. Poirier was a featherweight. Bobby Green should be a featherweight. Who's the other one? He's fought Volkanovski. He's fought nothing but heavyweights. I mean, nothing but featherweights. I'm at work. Too heavy. Oliveira was a featherweight. All he fought was featherweights. He fought Hooker. Hooker was a featherweight. Like, what are we talking about? That Islam doesn't want to fight another featherweight. They're all fucking featherweights. Aspinall just charges at his opponents while John uses defense and IQ to win him fights, but who knows? John is old. I mean, Aspinall's good. Absolutely, but Dustin said the Chandler stoppage was early. My motherfucking ESPN froze on that Chandler fight. I did not see the finish. Great fight tonight, Bontari. I agree with you. Great fight card. Pereira versus Ank 2. Are they doing Pereira versus Ank 2? I feel like we haven't heard anything about that. I feel like they finally gave Pereira a little break because he was the workhorse for the company for so long. But yeah, I think John Jones beats the brakes off Aspinall. But the further the time goes between them saying they're going to fight versus the actual fight, it all favors Aspinall. The more time that passes, it favors Aspinall. John is 38, if I'm not mistaken, and he's just getting older and older. So, Father Time always will catch up to you, no matter who you are. I do think, though, at heavyweight, you get a little bit more of an extended shelf life, but I'm rooting for Bilal, but I think JDM's a tough fight, but I think Bilal's got him, and I'm rooting for Merab. I don't think O'Malley has a chance, to be honest. I think it's actually more one-sided than the first fight. I think the first fight, he had more opportunities. Megan O'Leary looks good with her baby bump. I didn't see her with the baby bump, but that's another one bites the dust. Good for Joe B, though. She's really hot in person, but she's kind of a bitch, for lack of a better way to put it. O'Malley getting Dana privileged with that rematch. His game plan. You know what? I take that back. Megan O'Leary's not a bitch. She was a bitch at that moment, and it was because it was like 2 a.m. and a bunch of drunk people were wandering around in her hotel room. So I take that back. I get it now. I just put it in perspective. O'Malley getting Dana privileged with that rematch. Yeah. The worst is that, and I saw a lot of people saying, like, Aljo got knocked out. Aljamain is the all-time win leader at bantamweight. Aljo is tied for the most title defenses at bantamweight with TJ Dillashaw. And then everyone was like, he won the fight by faking an injury. All right, he then beat Jan, dominated him in the rematch. Like, Aljamain, you got to put respect on Aljamain's name. He deserved a rematch versus O'Malley. And then I saw people saying, like, he didn't want it. He moved up. No, he moved up because they were not giving it to him. And he said, I'm not going to cut to 135 for a contender fight. If I cut to 135, it's for a title fight. Like, I'm good on a contender fight. And the UFC didn't even offer him any type of rematch or anything, so he moved up to 45. Are Sandhagen and Figgy fighting? That's a good fight. I'm going to lean towards Sandhagen, though. Don't stop barking at me. 100% lost, sad night, but Lopes will be back. Lopes will be back, definitely. Iron chin on Lopes, which is crazy because I know there's that one fight where you seen years ago before he was in the UFC. He got knocked out on the ground by like a little hammer fist. Must have just hit him in the right spot because the version of Lopes I saw tonight has an iron chin. Volk was swinging haymakers from his hips, and they were just running right across Lopez's face. And then he was going, come on, like fucking waving him on. Definitely a tough Brazilian, Mexican, whatever he is. Is he Brazilian or is he Mexican? Because if I'm not mistaken, he's from Brazil, but he trains in Mexico or something along those lines. I don't know. Peter Yan's kind of in no man's land right now, I feel. I would have been more excited for Sugar vs. Yan too. Yeah, it's terrible that they're giving him a rematch. But, you know, he never defended the title. Like, what are they giving him a rematch for? Oh, no, he did defend the title versus Cheeto. I forgot. But he defended the title against the number 10 guy. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? And I don't know how well you guys remember that fight. That fight was fucking terrible to watch. Yes, I agree, Hudson. I heavily enjoyed this card. Great night of fights. I want the rematch or Lopes to fight Yair. I think Lopes versus Yair is the fight. No rematch. I think they got to do Volkanovski versus Evovlev. I mean, Gene Silva can maybe sneak into one of those fights, though, too. They could do Gene Silva versus Lopes or Yair as well. What can you do about it though? Rematches are just absurd sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a lot of it is timing. It's also the Dana White privilege or who they want in the fight. Like, there's no realm where O'Malley should be getting this rematch. But it's timing. You know, I guess just who else is there right now type of situation. That's what it is, I think, more than anything. It's who else would there be. I think the only other option was the Peter Yan rematch for... What's his name? Merab? What are his other options right now, if not O'Malley? And maybe O'Malley would be the biggest ticket seller or draw, but I remember hearing Aljamain say he wouldn't have took the O'Malley fight if he would have known how much he would have made for it. He thought it was going to be a bigger fight. And then he said O'Malley's not the draw that people think he is. What is happening with him and Usman? They're friends. I saw that Usman was sitting next to him tonight, and they both had on like lapel mics, and they had a cameraman, so they must have been doing something for Izzy's social media. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck is up with Usman. Izzy's done, if you will. Izzy's now in like that super fight status. He's not going to sniff the belt again. Don't even put him in those type of fights. Just give him like, whatever you can give him, showcase fights. Don't give him up and coming contenders where he might beat them. Yeah, looking at it, they should have did Merab versus Peter Yan. Definitely should not be O'Malley. O'Malley lost, hasn't fought since. Peter Yan's won 2 in a row. Mario Batista's fighting Marlon Vera. If Mario Batista would have beat Aldo more impressively, I think he would be in the mix more. But yeah, it's maybe, all right, I could see it a little bit more now. O'Malley is getting the rematch for lack of other contenders. They could have maybe did the Umar rematch. They could have did Peter Yan rematch, but all right, I guess I could see it a little bit more now. Yeah, Izzy's in a tough spot. Very tough spot for Izzy. If Francis would have never left the UFC, how would he be looking at heavyweight? I think he would have lost to John. I look at that Cyril Gane fight as my evidence, if you will, that, and I know he hurt his knee in the fight, whatever, but he was struggling with Cyril Gane on the feet, so he had to grapple Cyril Gane. It's like, bro. And it showed how bad Cyril Gane's grappling is. It's like John would fucking work both of you on the ground. Yeah, that's terrible when you see stuff like that. Yeah, he's fucking old. Who's 38? Ngannou's 38? I feel like Ngannou's older than 38. Yeah, I feel like Francis might have had trouble with Aspinall too. Yeah, Usman's old as fuck. Physically and just take it out. He's almost doing the Chandler thing where it's like you can't take 2 years off when you're already old. Like you're already at that point. Like what are you doing now, bro? You're going to be that much older by the time you fight. You're going to be rusty and look like shit. Yeah, I think Francis lies about his age too. I don't even think that they keep birth certificates in Africa. Or the village, Cameroon, where he's from. Yeah, I think Francis would have had more issues. I think time has shown us that Cyril Gane wasn't what we thought he was. Like, when you beat somebody, it's how does the victory age? I don't think that victory aged that well. Usman's doing a podcast with Henry. I've seen some clips. They've been doing it for a minute. Yeah. Usman's takes a little bit sometime are kind of like pompous. Like, I'm Kamaru Usman. Of course I know this type shit. And again, him and what's his face? He's up there with some of the worst interactions I've had with a fighter. I've seen him big time other people, and I've seen him big time me. And I'm not saying I'm anybody. If I was a fan, I was a media member at the time, but if I was a fan, I would have been like, fuck this guy. I was a media member, so I was like, fuck this guy. Either way, it was fuck this guy. Versus other interactions I've had with people where it's like, oh, this guy's fucking the man. I haven't heard anything about Ilya and Islam. Dana White said if there was something, you guys would have heard about it. He said they're working on it. A media member at the post-fight presser asked, is there an Ilya said that he's getting a title shot? Is that true? And Dana said we're working on it. So he's working on it. Who's a fighter you always criticize that might have left the UFC too early? I don't know. It's a good question. There's definitely someone that could jump out at me. I feel like Gegard Mousasi just jumped into my head. I feel like he still had some business in the UFC when he left. Mighty Mouse. But Mighty Mouse kind of had cleaned out the division at that point and was looking for something better. Just one set. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Were you smoking tonight, Rye? Because that's the only way that you would have scored that fight for Diego Lopes. Biased judging. They were in Miami. They would have scored it for the Brazilian-Mexican guy. Oh, Khabib is one. I think Khabib would have lost eventually, though. The way he fought on the feet and was always leaning with his head, his head leaning back, he might have got clipped eventually. Like, I feel like when we watch Islam fight, Islam's a way better striker than Khabib was. I think he would have got clipped eventually. But that's the other thing, too, that I think is always overlooked with Khabib. Khabib had an iron chin. Like, even in fights when he was clipped, like, Justin Gaethje caught him with a clean right hand, left hook, and he just, like, let me grapple, But yeah, Khabib's up there. And we've never seen that. Usually, the Henry Cejudo-ish, they come back. They always come back. Nobody stays retired. For Khabib to retire and stay retired is crazy. Man, why so many people are saying that Lopes was robbed? It must be rage bait, as the kids say today. If Khabib and Conor saw each other in an alley, what do you think would happen? I think they'd fight. I think Khabib, people underestimate, though, the problem that I think Khabib could be in the street. I feel like Khabib could be a problem in the street. But Conor, too, could be an issue. I'd watch that street fight. They should run that shit back in the street fight on a live stream. They would definitely fight. You ever see that one video where, like, TMZ said to Khabib, like, Conor, you're in New York. Conor McGregor's in New York, too. What happens if you guys see each other? And Khabib was like, we fight. We fight. We see each other, we fight. And I think there's just so much heat and animosity still there to this day. Like, you see Conor, any chance Conor gets, he shit talks the country of Dagestan, let alone Khabib. He calls them smelly farmers and cousin fuckers and all types of shit. Yeah, Lopes does have some fans. I saw that leading up to this fight. That so many people were like riding so hard with Lopes, and I'm like, I'm just not. Same as I was saying with the Fighting Nerds, I'm just not seeing it yet. He hasn't won those fights yet. I look at like that Brian Ortega that Lopes beat. That wasn't the best Brian Ortega. Conor had a fucked up foot in that fight. Have you ever watched the... It's actually a pretty good watch if you're an MMA fan. The Thing, it's on Netflix. The Conor McGregor documentary. Where they're like following Conor leading up to that fight. Yeah, I think even when Khabib knocked Conor down, he was able to catch him because of the fear of the threat of the takedown. And I think Conor just wasn't expecting Khabib to stand with him or throw anything like that. And then Khabib uncorked this huge overhand right. Best punch he's ever landed. Yeah, it was almost identical, a little bit, without the hop, that little hop that Conor was doing. But the Reyes knockout of Krylov was almost identical. As Mike Goldberg would say, virtually identical. But yeah, that's a pretty good documentary. I think it's Forever McGregor or something like that. But Conor had a fucked up foot going into that fight. But that old Conor was, I'm not pulling out of any fight. He used to fight hurt. Then we got that new rich Conor that was like, my toe, I can't fight Chandler. Oh, fuck, I turned it off because I was like, it's done. I forgot about Volk. Nah, I think is it up still? Oh, it's up right there. Oh yeah, Volk's in there.
With Philo, you'll get tons of entertainment and save hundreds on your TV bill. So when you're not watching your favorite channel,
Volk landed almost 100 more strikes. So how did he win that fight? Even if you're gonna say damage, he won 2 rounds. So he lost 3-2. If you're gonna judge those rounds on damage, me personally, I had it. I could see 5-0, but I guess I had it 4-1. It just says followed live creator. It doesn't say who. But I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Who the fuck is Zack Snyder? I seen Zack Snyder is directing a UFC film. You heard about that? I don't know who Zack Snyder is. Should I know who Zack Snyder is? Wonder how that shit will play out. Who the fuck is Zack Snyder? Is he a famous director? But I'm always up for fight films. You know what I'm waiting for? And for some reason, like they announced it years ago, and it's nowhere. I haven't heard anything about it. Remember they were going to make a Mark Kerr movie with The Rock. What the fuck happened to that movie? I remember I went to that UFC 242, when it was Nate Diaz versus Masvidal, and they had The Rock come out. Can you stop growling at me? They had The Rock come out and gave like a 45-minute speech about how he was doing the Mark Kerr movie and blah 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 blah, and then I never heard another thing about it. I was curious to see it because if you ever seen that, I don't know if you've seen that Steel Nation, but that's a great piece of MMA history. Is the Smashing Machine, the like HBO documentary on Mark Kerr. Come on. Ah. What do you think about Ilya versus Islam? Absolutely has to happen. A young fighter from LA rises to the occasion of getting in the UFC. That's what the movie Brawler is about. I'm interested. But Ilya versus Islam absolutely needs to happen. I was just talking about it before. The problem right now I'm seeing is Islam saying, I don't want to fight, or his team said something along the lines of he doesn't want to fight another featherweight, which is fucking insane because that's all the lightweight division is former featherweights and people that have fought at featherweight. So let me get this up real quick. He now doesn't want to fight Ilya. Ilya just beat the two of the 3 best featherweights of all time. He knocked them out. Nobody else has knocked them out like that. But Ilya is now moving up as champion, and he can't get a fight. He's getting big timed. Come on, why is this doing this? Marcus, thank you for the share. I don't know if they're ducking Ilya. I don't know what it is. It's something stupid, though. It's definitely stupid. Whatever's going on. I keep trying to upload the division, and it's saying that the division is being updated, so it won't give it to me. But there you go. Now I got Islam. Renato Moicano fought a bunch of fights at 145, moved up to 55. Dustin Poirier, bunch of fights at 145, moved up to 155. Volkanovski fought at 85, fought at 70, was a champion at 45, moved up to 55 for a title shot. Oliveira fought a bunch of fights at 45. Bobby Green could make 45. Dan Hooker fought at 45. So that's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Islam's last 6 fights are against guys who have either made 145 or could make 145. But now he doesn't want to fight Ilya. What the fuck are you talking about? And you could arguably say, other than Volkanovski, Ilya's the most decorated one. Ilya just knocked out 2 of the best. Like, what are we doing here? Make that fight. Hopefully the UFC is overriding the whatever bullshit they're trying to say there. Then even here, we got Nick Lentz, 4-45. Chris Wade, 4-45. Like, he fought a bunch of 45ers. But now, all of a sudden, when it's Ilya, he doesn't want to fight Ilya. I don't understand it. I'm pretty sure Drew Dober and Thiago Moises are the only lightweights that he's fought that fought at lightweight the whole career. And again, Bobby Green might have fought at lightweight his whole career, but Bobby Green can make 45. Bobby Green's not a big 55er. But how insane is that? Reyes versus Gieri, I like it. If not Reyes versus Gieri, I was just talking before, maybe they do Reyes versus the winner of Hill, Jamal Hill, and what the fuck's that guy's name? Fuck, the guy who fought Pajeda and got fucked up. The guy who Strickland can't stand. What the fuck is that guy's name? Whoever Jamal Hill's fighting. Or maybe the best fight they could... Khalil, thank you. Or maybe they could do... I like Carlos Ulberg versus Dominic Reyes. They tried to make that fight twice already. Ulberg got hurt one time and Reyes got hurt one time. So that fight's been on the table before. Maybe they could do that. Or he fights the winner of Roundtree Hill. What do I think about Dustin and Max? I'm not interested. I don't want to see that fight again. I already seen it twice. He fucked him up the first time when Max was young, and then he mauled him the last time they fought. But if that's what they make, I'll be into it, but I'd hate to see Max lose that fight. Oh, yeah, King Green. King Green can make 145. I wish Volk would give it up. He's still so mentally sharp. Yeah, I'd love to see it too, but it's a lot, He's at the point where he's probably getting good purses, probably a couple million every time he fights. He's definitely an international pay-per-view draw. Yeah, they got to book Ilya versus Islam. I think if anyone's holding it up right now, it is Islam and his team, and it's for stupid reasons. Like I said, he's got fucking 7 fights in a row against guys who can make 45 or have made 45 or guys who moved up from 45. So it's like denying Ilya for having fought at 45 makes no sense. And again, nobody has knocked out Max and Volk, let alone Max and Volk back to back like that. Colby versus Strickland is what I want. Colby needs to fight more, and Strickland's kind of in that no man's land now, losing to Dreykus twice. Now he's just taking CTE at this point. Holloway was sharp against Justin, and that was a brawl. I mean, I hope Dustin doesn't walk through him, but if you go back and watch that other fight when Dustin and Max fought, when they fought for the interim 55-pound belt, Dustin fucked him up, beat the brakes off him. I remember points in that fight, he was knocking Max around the cage. And then you remember there's a famous moment from that fight when Poirier walks out early before the minute round is up, the minute break. He walks up and starts pointing, and Max has to wipe the blood off his face, and then he gets up and he's like, no, yeah, we could do that. Dustin's a problem. Definitely a bad matchup for Max. I think Khamzat is getting the next title shot. They just haven't announced it yet, but I think that fight's on the horizon. I think we get that fight before the end of the summer. But the problem with Khamzat is I don't think Khamzat can get into America. I think is the problem. They might have to have Donald Trump pull some strings. Like you saw even recently, I'd assume it's Khabib or someone that Donald Trump helped get. What was it, like a Russian figure skater or something, released from Russian jail, and it was at the request of a UFC fighter. They never named who it was though, and it was like Dana White hit up Donald Trump and said, "Hey man, this guy's asking me to hit you up." But yeah, they absolutely need to make Ilya versus Islam. There's no other fight. There's no other fight. Imagine this world. Imagine they make Ilya versus Islam. Then they make Paddy versus Oliveira. Paddy wins, Ilya wins. And then they have all that footage of them fighting with the hand sanitizer. I'm curious to see how Max comes back after getting knocked out for the first time like that. I haven't heard anything about Connor. I just was talking before. I heard Connor said he picked Chandler and said he was betting on Chandler. I think Paddy should have fucking called out Connor and been like, Conor McGregor, keep your fucking mouth shut when you talk about my fights or something like that. Connor's so done, though. It's so terrible. Dana White definitely regrets that Floyd Mayweather fight now. You know, that Floyd Mayweather fight gave him money to do Proper 12 and made his name a bigger brand, and then he made so much money that now he can't get him back. Hopefully by the summer they book Islam versus Ilya. It's crazy because the fans want it. The only people who seem to have verbally said they don't want it is Islam's team. And again, it's fucking crazy. Moicano, featherweight. Poirier, featherweight. Volkanovski, featherweight. Oliveira, featherweight. Bobby Green, a small 55er. Dan Hooker, a former featherweight. The list is fucking crazy of featherweights that he fought. And it's not even like they were long ago. It's literally his last 7 fights have been against guys who fought at featherweight. But now he won't fight Ilya. Arguably the most dangerous one out of all of them. So yeah, there's definitely something to it. It might be something to do with like the Georgian Russian rivalry. Disrespect of some kind between the two. I don't know, but I love John Jones and Aspinall and Ilya Taporia, but if they put that on the same card, that's like where they fucking say $100, $170 card. And then you know what they do? If that's the main and co-main, the prelims are going to be fucking girl fights. They're going to have that fight would have 3 girl fights. You know, they definitely put some bullshit as the undercard. Fucking the first fight on the main card would be Justin Taffa versus fucking some other heavyweight. Fucking Justin Taffa versus Ryan Spann or something like that. Bro, Igor Vovchanchyn was like my favorite fighter for a long time. I loved Igor Vovchanchyn. Igor Vovchanchyn was the man. He was just small, and he was fighting at heavyweight. That was the problem with Igor Vovchanchyn. I remember he fought Coleman, and Coleman like 69'd him and started kneeing him in the fucking head. But Igor was so entertaining to watch. I used to love Igor Vovchanchyn. Igor Vovchanchyn was the first coming of the Russian fighter, if you will. And then Fedor came kind of after Igor Vovchanchyn. And Fedor was like a bigger version of Igor Vovchanchyn. Better grappling. A lot of guys from that era are kind of forgotten. Like, remember how you're a fan like that. Remember how entertaining Sakuraba fights were? That era of fighting was fucking insane. They don't have guys like that no more. Oh, Volk said he has a few more left in him. So we probably see Volk leaving on a stretcher. But yeah, I was talking about it earlier. some of my favorite things are those videos that Volk makes. Like, you see that one video where he's a construction worker and he's like, "Shut up, man, I'll sort you out. I used to be a UFC champion." And his co-worker's like, "Yeah, whatever, bro." He's like, "Nah, man, I fought this guy, Islam Makhachev, big Russian. Everyone afraid of him. Nobody wanted to fight him. I fought him. Did you beat him? No, but that's not the point." Really funny fucking commercials. Or little skits that he makes. But yeah, Alex might ride. I think he's got money. He does well. I think he's going to ride this till the wheels fall off, though. There will be no Khabib riding off into the sunset with minimal CTE. Yeah, I like Volk. Volk's a good dude. And I enjoy cooking with Volk. That's just good. But yeah, Blackwood and Timothy, like I was just saying, fucking go look at the record. Islam's last 7 opponents have been 145ers. And Bobby Green has always been an undersized 55er. That's why his record, he's got fucking 20 losses on it. Because he should have been fighting at 45 the whole time. Most of the, and now, let me go look in the division even. Most of the division is made up of 45ers that moved up. It's frustrating to hear shit like that. Like, perfect, yeah. Oliveira, number 3 in the world, 45er. Poirier, number 5, 45er. Hooker, number 6, 45er. Moicano, number 8, 45er. Dariush, right? Was Dariush a 45er? I'm pretty sure Dariush fought at 45. Let me see. Nope, Dariush is a 55er. But you see where I'm going with it. The divisions are so close in weight. It's going to happen. It's a thing. To say I'm not fighting this guy for bullshit reasons is fucking bullshit. I think Ilya could give him a fight. Hopefully not. I mean, if you get 7 losses in a row, your shit plummets. Look at BJ Penn. BJ still has that lore of his height, but he really fucked up his career with the end of it there. He took a lot of L's in a row. I'd like to see Volk 1 or 2 more and be done. I don't want to see him ride it till the wheels fall off, but that's how most fighters do it. Yeah, there's definitely something fishy with the Ilya Islam thing. Like, at least John Jones is saying, "I want money." Like, he's telling you why. Islam's going, "Nah, he's a featherweight. I don't want to fight another featherweight." But then when you look at his record, it's like, dude, you fought fucking 7 straight fights against featherweights. How are you not going to fight this guy? This guy's the best featherweight. Why are you not going to fight this guy? I don't get it. What about you, Joe? You get it? She doesn't get it. But hopefully they make it happen. You know, I'm even gutted about, I think they robbed fucking Volk. Volk deserved, after that fight, that first fight, Volk deserved a rematch with a full training camp. Not a 2-week fucking bullshit training camp to go fight Islam again. Where he came in looking fucking flabby. He deserved a full training camp. Good amount. So, I got this. Let me show you this. Oh, Joe, back up, man. So, like, I always collected cards, sports cards, when I was a little kid. Then I got out of it. Then when I got in the car accident, I was like, oh shit, I'm going to start collecting cards again. So I bought a pack not too long ago, and I hit a Charles Oliveira rare autograph. I know a lot of people are big Charles Oliveira fans, but I hit that. I got to send it in to get graded. Then if I get a good grade back, it's worth a few $100s. But I got a bunch of posters. I've never gotten shit signed really, but when I started collecting the cards and I bought a few finest boxes, I'm like, man, I simple thought, I can get these cards signed. Like, I've met a lot of these people, I could definitely get these cards signed. So I might start doing that. Like, next time I go to an event or I go to gyms or something, I'm definitely going to bring some cards. I don't want to send them in the mail, but I'll definitely bring some cards and a marker and try to get some of the cards signed. G-Weezy, he has fought nothing but featherweights. That's what the lightweight division is made up of. Who's he gonna fight? If he's not gonna, if you say he's not gonna fight featherweights, all right, then he doesn't fight Oliveira. His only fight is Gaethje. That's his only fight. It's Justin Gaethje, and then he has to retire. How many autographs do you own? You got by fighters? That's something like I just said. I want to start doing. I have a bunch of cards. I'm going to start bringing them around and trying to get them signed. Have fun fighting Jim Miller in the Apex. Thanks a lot, you dirty bum. You should join UFC Sports Cards on Facebook. I'll check that out. I could see the other POV, but then when I look at Islam's record, I can't. Because G-Weezy, like you just got here, we were just talking about it. His last 7 fights, Bobby Green could be a featherweight. He's a small lightweight. Moicano had a career at featherweight before he moved up. Poirier, career at featherweight before he moved up. Volkanovski. Oliveira, career at featherweight before he moved up. Dan Hooker, career at featherweight before he moved up. Then you could even go further back. And he fought Nick Lentz, who has some 45-pound fights. Chris Wade, who has some 45-pound fights. Like, it's not far-fetched to be like you're fighting featherweights. Oh, I thought you were talking about me, dirty bum, because people say I look like Jim Miller. People always say Jim Miller. I look like Jim Miller's brother. Jim Miller's retarded brother. All right, if that's your argument, they're established lightweights at that point, sure, but line up all those guys a week apart, and I think Ilya beats all of them. So it's like, why aren't you going to fight Ilya? Ilya's next, Islam. Face facts. But yeah. When I hit this, I was like, oh shit, this looks like it might be a pretty penny. And I like Oliveira. You can't be a fight fan and not be a Charles Oliveira fan. So I was like, oh, that's a nice one. And then I got a bunch of like other sports cards. You know, it's good to collect shit, especially if you're fucking bored. But I got like a Derek Jeter autograph ball. I got Mickey Mantle autograph. Conor McGregor, Robbie Lawler. Up there, I got another Robbie Lawler, Johnny Hendricks, Carlos Condit, Woodley. I got a couple over there. Cowboy Cerrone. Right here, I got Mark Hunt and Fabricio Verdum. Yair Rodriguez is on that poster as well. One of these posters, he's not a picture, but Sean Strickland, Amanda Nunes. Some of these cards are pretty stacked. That they got a lot of good fighters on them. The crazy thing with Cerrone returning is he openly juiced. He openly juiced and got a hair transplant. Now he's like, I want to come back. I've heard a few fighters talk about that. Like, I don't really want him to come back. That he openly was out doing steroids and now he wants to come back. It's a little fucked up. But yeah, the Ilya Islam fight. I'll always circle back to that. They got to do that fight. I'll be so pissed if they fucking don't make that fight. Yeah, football's what I probably have the least of. I collect more baseball, basketball, and then combat sports. But again, once I saw the boxes in Target. I bought some Topps Finest UFC boxes. I was like, fuck, I know a lot of these people. Like, I could totally get these cards signed. I either know them or I've met them, and I'm always like a Kevin Bacon or a name, that Kevin Bacon 7 Degrees. I'm very close separation wise to a lot of people. Like, before I got into the car accident, I was saying every day I'm gonna drive. It's an hour away. Glover Teixeira's gym. Like, I want to go there. And even if I go there, I'm a name drop away from being okay with Glover and them. He knows he's trained at Nuva União with my old jiu-jitsu coach, Marcos Galval. He fought a few times on cards with my old friend Dennis Bermudez. Like, I can Kevin Bacon my way into that gym. And then I'd be like, hey, Glover, can you sign this? Pajeda, can you sign this? I got a few Pajeda cards. And then I see people sell shit. I wouldn't sell shit. I want to keep shit. I mean, that's what they're fighting for is money. It could be a negotiating tactic by Islam, but I think Islam does pretty well for himself. I've seen that. Yes, Cerrone wants to come back for 50 fights, but when you openly are doing steroids, it's a little sketchy and weird that you're going to come back now. There's this little girl. I follow her on Instagram, on TikTok. Her name's Superfan Vivian. She's like a fucking 12-year-old, 8-year-old, probably younger. But she goes to every basketball game and she gets so many fucking autographs. It's crazy. That you're like, man, what is she doing with those? Hopefully she's saving them. And it's not like her dad putting them on fucking eBay. I do think that. I think they recognize Ilya's danger. They know he can grapple. They know he could strike. Munch some mushrooms down when main card started. Volkan Diego was crazy. I like you, G Weezy. I haven't eaten any mushrooms in a long time, but I used to eat mushrooms. I used to live in. If I was there, big mistake that I moved to upstate New York. Like, if I was in South Florida, I would have 100% been at the fights tonight. I've been to the Casella for all types of shit. That's right by Bayfront Park. I used to go to Ultra every year. But yeah, I used to eat shrooms all the time. I used to go to Space in Miami. Put on sunglasses and fucking to music till the sun came up. And I used to go to a lot of festivals. And like, South Florida is big into EDM music and house music and dance music. So I go to I eat a bunch of shrooms and go to a lot of festivals. Used to have a lot of fun. And then my favorite thing was like, how I knew they were kicking in is I would look at something, and once it started like matrixing, I was like, oh, they're working. I'd always look at my phone, and my phone would start doing like the matrix, and I'd be like, oh, they kicked in. But yeah, I definitely want to get these cards signed. I got to start bringing them around. I've seen how people do it. They get books, and they tape the cards in a book. They open it up, and then they ask people to sign them. I didn't know Ilya said that, but that's confidence right there if he's saying that he only wants to defend the belt 2 or 3 times, then retire. I want someone to do it. I'd like somebody to do it. Just walk away and not come back. I wished Henry would have stayed retired. Henry would be such a fucking G if he would have just stayed retired. Do you think they give Yair the best title shot? I mean, I saw people saying Yair said something about that. Like that he was going to get a title shot, but that's crazy. I feel like he just got fucking mauled by Volkanovski. And he got mauled by Brian Ortega. I feel like there's people still ahead of him. Event live was nuts. You were at the event. Props to you. A live UFC event you can't beat. They're fucking amazing. Live fights in general are usually pretty good. Even at the fucking amateur level. Omar, thank you for the follow. Yes, if Ilya could do that, like again, I said Cejudo. I wish Cejudo would have just stayed retired. His aura and lore would have been so fucking high. Like, remember when he did it? Everyone was going to him. Everyone was going to Arizona to train. John Jones was in Arizona. And then Cejudo fucked it up by coming out of retirement. Then he fucked it up even further. Like, he got weird with it where I think he was looking for someone to blame for why he lost. And it's like, bro, you fucking got old. You retired for 2 years, 3 years, and then came back. You're going to lose. And you're fighting the best in the world. You're going to lose. And then he started, like, switching up his training camp and shit a little bit. It's like, bro, it's you. It's not the training camp. These people, this training camp is what got you there to begin with. Like, now you're switching things up because you're trying to find something to blame when it's just father time. You shouldn't have came back. Dominic Cruz is the outlier to that. Like, Dominic Cruz shouldn't have won the fights when he came back. He should have lost every fucking fight. You can't take 3 years off and win. John Jones, outlier. Should not have beat Cyril Gane that night. Yeah, Zabit was good. I used to always hear the stories of Zabit because he would train in New Jersey. I used to always hear how he was so good. Then I remember Aljamain came out publicly and said that one time. He was like, Zabit fucking like knocked me out and like fucked me up in training. Hit me with like a spinning back kick or a fucking crazy jump kick. And I used to always hear stories about that, like rumblings about how this Russian kid was so good, and it was Zabit. He was apparently like a gym legend, Zabit. But then in the fights, he had a couple of susceptible fights. Like, was that Jeremy Stevens? Or one of them, where he gassed a little bit, and he was like, he looked a little worse for the wear if it would have been a 5-round fight. And I don't know why my brain just went to it, but I always say my favorite fighter moments. My favorite Yair Rodriguez fighter moment is when he fought in Mexico. And I forget what happened, but the fight got stopped prematurely. Maybe it was an eye poke or something. And he was like flipping out. And then Michael Bisping went to like tap him on the shoulder. And he screamed like, "Don't fucking touch me, you stupid bitch." But he screamed it in Spanish and got like all aggressive with Bisping. So if I was a Yair fan right here, when he flipped out on Bisping and called Bisping a bitch, I went up a little bit. He was like, "Puta cachapa chinga," like screamed some shit. And I was like, oh shit, like Yair's about to fight Bisping. Bisping's not that guy. Bisping will fight Yair. He won a decision with Calvin Kattar, Stevens, and Botchinchek. I remember one of those fights, he gassed. And he was like getting fucked up at the end of the fight. And that fight kind of let people think like, oh, he's going to have trouble with the next upper echelon. But again, we've seen it with Patty, we saw it with Conor, we saw it with Ilya. Every performance, they're looking better. All that matters is how you perform under the lights. We saw it with Dricus. Those earlier fights, he was down here. Then at each fight, as the stakes got higher, he's better and better. You see that with a lot of guys. As they start getting comfortable, the performances get better and better. Sometimes you don't always see it, like Darren Till's an example I'll use, where Darren Till was looking better and better. Then when he got to that next level, it was like, oh, no, pop him back down a little bit. Yeah, that was the Beats question mark, was the cardio. But skills-wise, I always heard good things about Zabit, and then skills-wise in the fights, until he got tired, he looked fucking good. And then, I forget what it was, what the exact reasoning was why we lost Zabit, but like I think he went to become a doctor or some type of shit. He retired for some weird reason. Probably a part of it was money, though, too, because, again, when you're on the come-up, the money's not great. Like, it's good, and you have to win if you get bonuses and shit, but it's the come up of the UFC, it's the same as working a day job. It just so happens that you're on TV and shit. Is he officially a doctor now, Zabit? Is he Dr. Zabit? Shararapova, whatever the fuck his name was. What was his last name again? Maria Shararapova? Let me get that. Zabit Magomed Shararapov. He's still only 34. But yeah, it's been a minute. Is he a doctor though? Is the real question that I have now. Mixed martial arts career. I don't know. It doesn't say that he's a doctor now. It says he in 2020 he was experiencing health issues, suffering from issues to his immune system, which ultimately required career-threatening surgery. Mark Henry in 2021 said he was coming back. Then in 2022, he notified the UFC he was retiring from competition. He's currently coaching his younger brother and his nephews. Yeah, I don't know if he actually became a doctor. I remember hearing that. Yeah, I don't know if he is a doctor. Who does Venom Page fight next? I mean, I thought a good fight for him would have been Izzy, but then I saw they were like immediately after I said that, the next week they were doing like a video together. But that could be a good one, him versus Izzy. But I think they're friends, so I don't know who he fights. He's old. That's the problem too with Venom Page. He's fucking up there in age. Yeah, I think a lot of those Russian and even like Taporia, they all have a little brother that could be a problem, I think. There's definitely some other Nurmagomedovs down the line that are going to come. Those hardened countries and hardened part of the worlds. Same as in America, how you have like the younger generation coming up, but I haven't seen Zabit's brother, but I'd imagine he's a problem. I don't particularly like Venom Page. I didn't really like Wonder Boy. I'm not interested in that style. If I see it effective and they land some highlight reel shit, I'm like, oh shit, cool. But same as like Yair, if you will. Like the playbook's out. Like if I'm coaching a guy, I'm telling him we're working this fight to get him to the ground. I heard leading up to this fight, and that's why I think Yair looked a little more jacked. I heard he was wrestling a lot more and doing like a wrestling-based training camp because he's realizing I got a big hole. It's my grappling. It's my ground game. Like with those guys, Venom Page and Wonder Boy, you got to kick their fucking leg. You have to go into the fight. Your whole strategy is to pick apart their fucking leg and stop them from bouncing, stop them from moving away from you, stop them from circling. Like the strategy, it's not a well-rounded enough style. Like, who's the one who beat him? Lima. Remember the Lima brother from American Top Team? Fucked up his leg. And then he dropped him with a leg kick. And then as he dropped him, he hit him with like a crazy punch and knocked him out. Like, whenever I see guys fight them, like, who was that? Shower Bullet. Threw no fucking leg kicks. Was like headhunting the whole time. It's like, bro, what are you doing? The playbook is out there. Oh my god. That's the I wanted to see the fight card because I love fighting, but that's the happiest reason why the GFL got canceled is I don't want to see Tony fight Dylan Dennis. I actually think unless Tony's on some gear, Dylan Dennis probably beats him on the feet. Like I don't want to see it. Did Dylan Dennis fight KSI yet? Oh, man, what the fuck happened there? I didn't know that happened. KSI versus Dylan Dennis was scheduled for March 29th, but it was postponed due to KSI's illness. What the fuck happened to KSI? That sucks. But I wasn't looking forward to that fight either, but again, I like fighting. But I feel like Dylan Dennis might have something for Tony. I think he's bigger than Tony. And Tony is, what is he now, 40? He's lost how many fights in a row? Like, I don't know. Tony has not looked good. No reason to be fighting. He might have burned through his money. KSI was in London with the Hawk Tua girl. I see Dylan comments about I got you next on all the social media. He's got who next? Who does Dylan have next? Would you let the Hawk Tua girl Hawk Tua on you? No. Didn't the Haley Welch girl get into some bankruptcy shit with some crypto? No, I think she just robbed people and was like... And then remember, she had one thing I saw where she did like a live stream and people were accusing her of stealing money. And she's like, all right, well, excuse me, guys. I'm tired, so I think I'm going to go to bed now. And that was the last anyone heard from her for months. And now she just resurfaced like 2 weeks ago. I think she just robbed everybody. Stock pump and dump. Jordan Belfort style. Good for her, though, if she made money. She's a skank. But I might let her and her one friend, Hawk Tua, on my shit. It's one of those things. It's crazy how, like, I like when people say, like, we made the wrong person famous, because that was definitely one of the wrong people to make famous, was the Hawk Tua girl. She seemed like a sweet girl, but then usually when they seem like a sweet girl, it's like, this girl's a fucking snake. Or she's so stupid that she didn't know what was going on and people were... So it's either you're stupid or you were a snake. It's one of those two. Which sucks. You know, we were talking before about the Haters Club. I forget what someone said. Who'd they say? I forget who they said they were in the Haters Club. And I was like, yeah, I'd be in the club. But I would definitely get printed like I hate Anthony Smith shirts. And I'd be in the Anthony Smith Haters Club. Yeah, and then they kind of did the guy dirty. Like, you saw that. They kind of did the guy who actually did the street interviews dirty on some type of shit. That was my first, like, thing where I saw she was kind of a sketchy person. She has a cute friend, though. I like the friend. The one that initially, like, how it was the guys who were doing the street interviews, they initially went up to the other girl, the hotter girl, and then the Hawk Tua girl came up. Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tua and spit on that thing. You get me? Yes, in the club, we all fam. In the club, we all fam. So, what else we got to talk about? Now we're on the Hawk Tua girl. Again, my neck and my back are so, like, right now, my back's fucking killing me. But I wish my shit can get better soon. Better-ish. Just even a little bit, so I can want to go to events. Like, I was thinking about trying to go to those boxing fights that are coming up in Times Square, but that's going to be such a shit show. Like, fucking pushing, and there's going to be so many people. Mine was MacGruber. He was good in MacGruber. But yeah, Val Kilmer was a good actor. Top Gun, Heat's good. But yeah, I really like MacGruber. If you've never seen MacGruber, I highly recommend watching MacGruber. It's such a funny movie, I think. But that's also, you know, my sense of humor. Like, one of my favorite scenes in that movie is when he goes, he says to MacGruber, he's like, oh, you know what happened? He's like, I actually put a bunch of C4 in a van, and I blew up all of my friends. And then MacGruber's like, holy shit, I did that too. And he's like, oh, no, wait, I didn't do that because I'm not a fucking R-word. And then MacGruber gets, like, mad at him. And he's like, oh, you fucking asshole. But yeah, that's a good movie, MacGruber. But yeah, Heat's a good one. I feel like I haven't seen Heat enough. Like, I'm usually one of those people, I play movies out, I watch them 20 times. I haven't seen Heat 20 times. I've probably seen Heat a handful of times. Oh, you never saw MacGruber? It's fucking funny. It's like a spoof movie off of MacGyver, and it's with Will Forte. You know who Will Forte is? Will Forte plays MacGruber. Oh, it's such a, if you like goofy comedy, like 21 Jump Street type shit, it's like one of those. It's like a really funny movie. And he's like he gathers up like I don't know if you know MacGyver. MacGyver's like the guy who could fix anything or make anything out of anything. He's also like a Green Beret or whatever. It's a spoof off that movie based off of an old Saturday Night Live sketch that Will Forte used to do where he was MacGruber. It's so fucking funny. I'm trying to think of other funny moments from the movie, but I can't even. They actually made it into a TV show too. No, I don't know not a lot of things are funnier than Step Brothers, but it's along that same line of comedy. It's in that same ballpark. Like at one point, he's like, the guy won't let him do it, and he's like, I will literally suck your dick right now. And the guy's like, what'd you say? He's like, what? I didn't say nothing. I didn't say that. Did I? Do you want me to do that? I didn't. I don't think I said that, but it's a really funny movie. But yeah, definitely worth checking out if you're into comedy. Now that I'm saying it, I'm like, I might even watch it tonight. And then I think Peacock or someone, they made a TV show about it with the same actors and everything. Ran maybe a season or two. Oh, I can't even think of the other funny shit from MacGruber, but it's one of the funniest movies. It's up there. Like he's funny, Will Forte. Do you like that movie? It's such a stupid movie, but it's funny to me. That's My Boy with Adam Sandler. Will Forte's in that movie, and he's pretty funny in that. But yeah, if you haven't seen That's My Boy too, and if you like Adam Sandler movies, That's My Boy is a pretty funny one. I watch that movie anytime I get a chance. Like I'll put that movie on in my background all the time. But yeah, great night of fights. I'm getting to that point of wrapping up. I feel the yawns. I feel the tiredness starting to come on. Plus, I want to get up early-ish tomorrow and try to get on my content game. I want to try to have this be the week when I book at least if not multiple interviews and try to start putting some shit out. I don't think I'm going to be able to go live with the interviews on TikTok because they're going to be too vulgar and I'm going to get censored and kicked off. But maybe I could post clips. But I'll definitely be live on YouTube or putting them up on YouTube. I have a Fire Stick sometimes. Movies that are still in theaters get released on my app. I don't have a Fire Stick. I need to get one. Yeah, I don't go to theaters. I stream movies. I almost said the I word, but I luckily saved myself. Make your own theater at home. But yeah, I'm a big movie guy. I watch as many movies as I can. I try to, especially like I said, once I get hurt, once you get fucked up, it's like, fuck, what do I do now? You ever watch Workaholics? Oh, what are we doing here? I'm a big Workaholics fan too. Like every now and then, when I'm just like bored or I'm feeling it, I'll run through the Workaholics seasons. But yeah, I like to run through Workaholics every now and then. Movies, shows. All right, Steeler Nation, you're the man. I appreciate the conversation. And I appreciate you for always coming on the lives. I'll try to do better and stay more active and get some shit out for you to enjoy. I'll try to keep the interviews good once I finally start doing them. I try to go outside the box, ask better questions than I feel like other journalists or media do. I try to just get some laughs, talk about some funny shit. You know, maybe even that'll be one of my questions. Like, you like Val Kilmer? What's your favorite Val Kilmer movie? You know, the real questions, the shit people want to know. But you're the man, Steeler Nation. I'm sure I'll see you next time. And then even TikTok, they're giving me the puzzle piece thing, trying to kick me off. They think I've been on for too long. Loading. So yeah, I'll just end it there. If you guys can, here on TikTok, please do me a favor, throw me a follow. I appreciate it. I'm going to go live tomorrow. There's this one girl I see. She's hot. Oh, there it goes. It worked. But there's this girl on TikTok named Nicole Breeze. She's active. I envy how active she is with her content creation. She goes live every day. Every day. She'll take a shower. She goes live while she's taking a shower, but doesn't have the phone on her in the shower, but she's like just constantly live, entertaining her fans, trying to stay active. And that's the number one thing you got to do, is just be active. Just throw shit at the wall till something sticks. So that's the tip I got to get on now. I enjoyed streaming with you guys tonight. It was a great night of fights. Happy Volkanovski won. Happy Dominic Reyes won. Shit was fucking great. So I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Throw me some follows, please. Well, see you later. Ooh, it won't let me end it.